Good morning to everyone. It is 9:04, and it's time to start this meeting, and we have really got two real treats for you today. We're going to start out this morning with prayer. Randy Bush, if you would please come forward. Randy Bush is the minister at the Harris Avenue Baptist Church, and we will ask him to start us off in prayer.
Father, we come before you today, and we thank you for the opportunity of prayer. Father, we ask you to come and lead us and help us. And Father, we thank you for people who are willing to serve and do the things that are required to keep a city like San Angelo running. And Father, we ask you to bless them and protect them. Father, we ask you to lead them. We ask you to just pour wisdom into them. And Father, meet every single need. And Father, for our community, we ask your blessings. We ask you to come and protect us during this holiday season when so much is going on. We ask you to protect us and bless us, Father, and meet every single need in our lives. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Marty? Please come to the front. Miss Taylor Self, Mr. Cullen Honey, Mr. Marshall Fluke, and Seth Mariano, if y'all would come. These are third graders, Texas Research Institute for Young Scholars at Fort Concho Elementary, and they're going to help me this morning with the pledge. Come up here, please. And this grizzled old man up here with me happens to be a granddad to Taylor Self, so he's going to assist us. Y'all ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank y'all so much.
And then we're going to do something a little out of order right quick. My other grandbaby's here, and I'm going to ask Tegan if she'll come up here right quick, because there's protection in numbers. And we have we have a special proclamation that we're going to give right quick, and I'm going to read it. It says, whereas birthdays only come around once a year, and whereas on December the 16th, Patty was brought into this world, and whereas today is the actual day of her birthday, and whereas Patty is the First Lady of Single Member District 2, and whereas Patty is 39 and holding for the 17th year, I, Marty Self, being the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of San Angelo and Single Member District 2, do proclaim today, December the 16th, 2014, is Patty Self Day. And I'm going to ask her to come up here right quick. And the grandbabies and I have some flowers to give her. Thank y'all.
Told you it's going to be special. Harmony Bells, please come forward. Brian, where do you want to put them? Right here or back here? How about right here? And I've got a chair for the leader. Just line up right there, please.
Yes. Of course, they're following the regular. That's what I would have said too, but legal approval. Because who's asking?
And they're going to sing America the Beautiful for us.
Oh, beautiful.
Christmas spirit.
Ding dong, Christmas bells are ringing, Christmas bells are ringing. Caroling, caroling, now we go, Christmas bells are ringing. Caroling, caroling through the snow, Christmas bells are ringing. Joyous voices sweet and clear, sing the silent heart to cheer. Ding dong, Christmas bells are ringing, Christmas bells are ringing. Caroling, caroling through the town, Christmas bells are ringing. Caroling, caroling up and down, Christmas bells are ringing. Mark ye well the song we sing, glad some tidings now we bring. Ding dong, Christmas bells are ringing, Christmas bells are ringing. Caroling, caroling near and far, Christmas bells are ringing. Following, following yonder star, Christmas bells are ringing. Sing we all this happy morn, lo, the King of heaven is born. Ding dong, Christmas bells are ringing. Ding dong, Christmas bells are ringing, ringing.
Let's take a picture before y'all get away, Brian. I want to be in the picture with him. I can't sing, but I'll. Thank y'all so very much. And the director had eye surgery this morning and still made it in to direct the group. These are our Harmony Bells. This is some more talent from San Angelo, Texas. Thank you so very much for coming in this morning. And now we've got another one. And this is another thrilling. Start bringing your Bobcats up, Coach. The San Angelo Central High School Bobcats varsity football team, led by head coach Brent Davis, had an amazing year. The Bobcats won their third district title in the past 4 years, advancing to the third round of the playoffs for the first time in 11 years. The Bobcats won 11 games for the first time in 28 years and won their undefeated outright district title for the first time in 53 years. Now I, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize and applaud the San Angelo Central High School Bobcat varsity football team, not only for their outstanding and impressive victories, but also for their commitment to both athletic and academic excellence. And I am so very proud of you guys. Man, you did a tremendous year. Coach, you want to introduce them or have them introduce themselves?
Sick 'em, cats.
This is several of our senior football players. We couldn't get everyone out of class today, but all these guys up here are seniors, and they had a tremendous year. They've had a tremendous 2 years, really. We've won 21 games in the last 2 years, and that's only been done twice before in the history of our program, once in the 60s in 65, 66, and then in 43, 44 it was done. But so they've accomplished something that hasn't been done very often here at San Angelo Central. And then I would be remiss if I didn't mention our coaching staff, Coach Kevin Crane and Mark Chester. Kevin's our offensive coordinator and Mark's our defensive coordinator. And our whole football staff is excellent. We have a great bunch of men that care about kids, understand football, and have their priorities right where our academics are always coming first. And great bunch of seniors that we are going to miss. And we had a lot of good times together, had a lot of great games this year. And hopefully they have built a foundation for our program that we can live up to. So thank you.
Back up against the dice and let's get a picture. You want it, Elizabeth?
Sure.
Come on.
I know,
Because you got a part of this too.
oh, sure, okay. Makes things look small.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Had fun watching.
Daniel, can you get Nathan's attention? Nathan? Well, we'll get the picture now.
I'll call him.
Thank you.
Nathan, we need you back here. Nathan.
Get him again.
Here he comes.
Did Don hit the dust?
It's a tenuous attached.
That's yours, so thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you, Cats. We're very, very proud of you. You did San Angelo well. I do have a recognition at this time. Michael Sis, if you would please come forward. I would like to read this. Good morning, sir. Michael D. Pfeiffer has impacted our community by helping form the Committee on Racial Justice, the Homeless Coalition, the Concho Valley Cares Coalition, Catholic Outreach Services, the Juvenile Detention Center, First Call for Help and Code Blue, supporting and raising funds for expansion of the family shelter, chairing and helping raise funds for the Dos Los Angeles, serving as a member and supporter of programs, committees, and organizations such as Big Brother, Big Sister, the committee that developed Downtown San Angelo organization, and as a charter member of the San Angelo Area Foundation. Bringing people from all backgrounds together for discussion on many important issues, promoting things such as economic development, peace, after the events of 9/11, and establishing the Racial Relations Task Force, promoting and raising funds for the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Council of the Concho Valley Indigent Detox Program, devoting his time to various outreaches such as local jails and the Concho Valley Home for Girls, organizing hearings for SAISD students to voice their concerns, organizing the Eagle's Nest program at Goodfellow Air Force Base, organizing a celebration honoring the Lady in Blue, focusing on a little-known place in Texas history, hosting the Humano Indians who had not visited our homeland for over 400 years. Now, therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize and applaud Bishop Michael D. Pfeiffer for his dedication and positive determination for making a difference in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of Bishop Pfeiffer, who now lives in retirement in San Antonio, I want to thank you for offering this recognition of him. This is he's completing 50 years in his priesthood as a Catholic priest, and this is a wonderful recognition for him after investing so many years of his life and pouring out so much of his energy for the well-being of all the citizens of San Angelo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We have now moved to the public comment section of our meeting today. And at this time, I will read the legalities. And after the legalities are read, then we will welcome anyone that is in the audience that would like to come forward and address the council. We take pro comments, we take con out comments. So whatever you want to say to us, we're ready. But we will, let me read the legalities, and I'll ask you to line up and come to the front. The council takes public comment on all items in the regular agenda. Public input on the regular agenda item will be taken at its appropriate discussion. Public input on an item not on the agenda or consent agenda may be identified and requested for consideration by the council at this time. The council may request an item to be placed on a future agenda or for a consent agenda item to be moved to the regular agenda for public comment. On public hearing items, public input will be received on each item immediately following the council discussion and prior to any action on the item. Each member of the public shall make the remarks from the podium. Begin by stating your name. Remarks by each citizen will be limited to 3 to 5 minutes unless waived by a council member for all speaking on that matter. No individual will be allowed to speak more than once on any one subject until every citizen wishing to comment has done so. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to approach the council at this time? Anything you need to talk about? Anything you want to see on a future agenda? Any problems you might have? If so, this is your appropriate time. Mr. DeVore, come ahead, state your name, and you've got 3 to 5, sir.
Won't need that long, Mayor.
Okay.
Russell DeVore, trustee of the Elks Lodge, 1880. And we are going to be feeding the men and women from Goodfellow Air Force Christmas Day at the lodge. Going to prepare a home-cooked meal for them. And Mayor, we would like to invite you down to wish them a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, a Happy Hanukkah, whatever you want to say. And
I'd love to do it.
It'll probably be somewhere around noon. So if you get down there between 12 and 1, why, that'd be great. In fact, you can come down early and volunteer to feed them if you serve them if you'd like also.
When I do that, I usually get the duty of emptying trash cans, but I can do that too.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. DeVore, I wanted to personally say thank you for the Elks doing this. We had to scramble last year because of the illness of the person who'd been opening on Christmas Day to serve our military folks who didn't get the opportunity to go home for Christmas. And the only thing is I wanted to ask anybody who's watching today at home or out there in the audience that you please take a gift down to the Elks Lodge so that each and every one of these service members will receive at least one gift. I take great pride in taking down a couple of gifts each year just so that they can have, and it's a wonderful thing that you guys are doing so that we won't have to look for a place to do this every year, and I commend the efforts in the group and encourage people to take a gift down to you.
Well, Randy Sanders of the Bandits, he's going around downtown to collect gifts for them. So
yes,
anybody else who wants to bring them down, that'd be good. We don't know how many we're going to have. We may have to feed them in shifts, but we can do that too. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Russell.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure how long our pledge kids are going to stay, but I did want to recognize them right quick. I got so wrapped up in the heat of battle that I forgot. They're planning on coming back. Their group is planning on coming back to us in spring for a proclamation on water conservation, but they're also are going to present to us a proposal in the spring for the possibility of us looking at giving water rebates for people that have bona fide water capture systems.
Oh, yeah.
We've had the opportunity to speak with them at Fort Concho, and they're really concerned about the water supply of San Angelo. So you'll see those 4 kids again. So
thank you, Marty.
Mm-hmm.
And I also want to recognize Miss Ashley Honey. She's the chaperone with them this morning, and I forgot to recognize you a while ago, but we so very much appreciate y'all. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Margaret Ballard. I own the land on the corner of North Bryant and Humble Road, which the zoning board turned down a change in designation.
You are on the agenda. These are the items.
No, I'm not on the agenda. I thought that this was public comment.
Isn't this item on the agenda today that you're speaking to? We will take that discussion at that time, ma'am. So Public comment is for things not on the agenda. I apologize, ma'am. Do I have further public comment? Anything that's not on the agenda, or if there's anything on the consent agenda that you would like moved to the regular agenda, this is the time. If I have no further comment from the public, then I will open it up to the council. Do I have anything, starting with you, Rodney, do you have anything?
One of the things that I wanted to bring up on a future meeting is, we've talked about this now. I know Johnny and Charlotte both have brought this up multiple times about the trash situation that we have coming into our city on the main artery roads that are coming in. I was very embarrassed this week. I had a gentleman come up to me that had never been to San Angelo today or before, and one of the first things he told me was, "Why do y'all have so much trash coming into the city?" And it just embarrassed the heck out of me. And we need to really work on this. I don't understand. I think Daniel said that he's got a meeting coming up, but we need to get this taken care of and have a little more pride in our city. We either need to formulate some groups together and come up with a committee on this and get regular, not a one-time a year type situation, but maybe once a month to take care of these areas.
I think the issue has been exacerbated as well because TxDOT does mowing on the Houston Hart area, and there needs to be a coordinated effort to make sure that the trash is picked up before they actually mow.
That's right.
What's happening is they're mowing over what's there, and it's causing a bigger issue. We'll be having a meeting with TxDOT on Thursday to actually address that, but also to come up with some solutions, because they're going to be mowing at least 3 to 4 times per year, and this is when we see these issues. It needs to be resolved, and I agree. We're coming back from Abilene. We drove all of Houston Hart. We were quite embarrassed ourselves. We don't want our community portrayed that way.
Marty, do you have anything, sir?
No.
John?
I did not.
Jordan?
Yes, I do. Don't want to pull anything from the agenda, but I do want to take the opportunity to thank Ricky Dixon, heading up our water department. A while back, he assisted me to help the freshman and sophomore students at ASU, and they chose water as their topic, and Ricky was gracious enough to provide his latest and greatest, and the students were very appreciative. They had their session with their professor Tuesday, and the class scored an overall 94 on the information that Ricky provided, and they were very happy. So thank you, Ricky.
Don, did you have anything, sir?
No, sir.
Elizabeth?
I have 2 things, Mayor. I think we're waiting on a date for a presentation on gray water use, maybe scheduled for January. Rick, is that right?
Sanders putting that together.
Okay, I just wanted the public to know that we're following up with that, and we'll do something maybe at a neighborhood meeting, followed by a larger public presentation. Also, I was contacted by several of my constituents regarding a recognition for Michael Pfeiffer. I think there was, the former bishop, I think there was a desire that there be a Michael Pfeiffer Day. I personally have no problem with that. In fact, I think if someone has served our community for 50 years, that I would say the more proclamations, the merrier for such a thing. So one would be in support of putting that on the agenda to have a Michael Pfeiffer Day as was originally requested.
Does anyone in the council have anything that they want to pull off the consent and put on the regular agenda? Did you say number 11?
Yes, sir.
Number 11 on the regular agenda will be pulled. There's going to be some changes made on this, so let's pull number 11. And Rodney, you asked, I think, that number 17, which is simply a public hearing, be moved, because we do have some people in the audience that are interested in this. So if the council will allow number 17 to be moved to the first of the regular agenda, we will. Any problem, Marty?
No.
Johnny?
No, sir.
Charlotte? Don? Elizabeth? Okay, we will then move 17 to the first of the regular agenda. Shouldn't take but a moment to get this one considered. Okay, if there are no problems with the consent agenda, I will ask that someone move.
Move to approve consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we do have a motion to approve the consent agenda. This will be items number 1 through items number 9. I do have a motion to approve. I do have a second. Do I have any further discussion on this from council? Do I have any discussion on this from the public? Any public comment? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Put a full vote on that one, please, sir. Number 17 is public comment for and against annexation of certain properties situated immediately northeast of San Angelo, generally located on the northwest corner of Old Ballinger Highway and U.S. Highway 277, specifically described as 175 acres of a 501.327 acre tract out of the J. Poland Survey 3, abstract number 5130, J. Point Event Survey 1113, abstract 4873, and the J. A. Eggleston Survey 2, abstract number 4984, and the Olson subdivision recorded in volume 8, page 539, the district court minutes, Tom Green County, Texas, described in Exhibit A, planning manager Rebecca Guerra. And this is just the second public hearing for comment on this. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, you're on then, girl.
Rebecca Guerra, Planning Manager. As the mayor alluded, this is in fact the second public hearing for what we are calling the block annexation for 175 acres located on the northwest corner of U.S. Highway 277 and Old Ballinger. It is in the ETJ, obviously, that's why they're trying to annex. If it were annexed, it would be annexed into District Number 4. This public hearing is the second of 5 hearings that will come before City Council. The first 2 that we've had was the petition, which was accepted by City Council. The second public hearing was the first public comment hearing. This is the third. So the next 3 public hearings will be, the next 2 public hearings will be the first reading of the annexation ordinance and the second reading of the annexation ordinance. So this is public hearing number 3. The future land use of this site has been identified as industrial. And so if it is annexed, it will come into the city with a future land use designation per the comprehensive plan as industrial. As you can see, the site is unzoned, as is every property within the ETJ and in fact in the county. It is the applicant's intent, and in fact they have submitted an application for a rezoning to go before the January Planning and Zoning meeting on the 26th to rezone the property from ranch and estate. So every piece of property that comes into the city automatically receives a zoning designation of ranch and estate. It is their intention to rezone the property to heavy manufacturing. Notifications were sent out on the site for the 500 overall acre site. We wanted to make sure that we picked up as many people as we could in this notification process. So within 200 feet of that overall 500 acre parcel, 19 notifications were sent out. As of today, we have received 0 responses from those notified. Those notifications were sent out certified. In addition to those 19
Can I interrupt you a second there?
Yes, sir.
Did Martin, Sprocket, and Gear get a notification?
Yes, sir, they did.
They said that they didn't.
Sir, they did, and they contacted me by phone and by email.
Okay, what did they say on the phone and the email?
They wanted to make sure that their site was not part of the notification. The map I sent out was for the 500 acres. They wanted to make sure that their piece was not part of that overall acreage. I explained to them why I showed 500 acres. I wanted to pick up as many people as I could in the notification. They wanted verification on an email that their site was not part of the annexation. We in fact sent that email verifying that they are not part of the annexation.
Okay.
I will be happy to send you that email as well.
No, I'm good with it.
Yes, sir.
I believe you.
Yes, sir. In addition to those 19 notifications that were mailed, we also mailed out notifications to the entities seen before you. They're also listed in your staff report. Those were also sent certified, and we have copies of those certified mailings as well. Here's a utility map that's also found on your staff reports, as well as a copy of the major thoroughfare plan we've also identified within your staff reports. Let me go back one. In addition to these notifications, this request was published twice on the newspaper per state statute. First, to identify the first public hearing. Secondly, to identify that we held a public hearing, a public comment hearing, and then to identify that we'll be holding a second public comment hearing. Every subsequent hearing that will be before you will have a publication, and a second mailing will be sent out to each one of the entities shown before you. That being said, there is no action requested today. This is a second public comment hearing, so for the public, in order to relay any comments they have for the proposed annexation. So no action is requested. However, the next public comment, the next public hearing that will be before this council will take place on January the 6th. As I alluded earlier, that will be the first reading of the ordinance. At that time, you will also have a service plan before you as to how the city will address services to be provided to this site. This concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions you may have.
Do I have public comment on this time? Anyone wish to speak pro or con, for or against this proposed annexation out on the northeast part of town? This is your opportunity to speak if you desire. No public comment. Do I have any comments from council on this before we move on?
What meeting are we going to have that's going to take action on this item?
Sir, the next meeting on January the 6th, which is the first reading of the ordinance, this council will have to vote whether to adopt the ordinance associated with this request.
Okay.
So that will be the first action this council will have to take aside from the petition.
So barring any opposition or anything, it should be completed by the end of January, the annexation. Second reading in that month as well?
Yes, ma'am.
From what I understand, Martin Sprocket has an agreement with the city that they will not be taken into the city limits for some period of time. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir. It is part of the development agreement. I have attached that to your staff report. That development agreement identifies all the parties that are encompassed within that 500 acres that I showed you earlier. That's also in your staff reports. Each one of those individuals located within the 500 acres has been sent or is party to a development agreement, which guarantees that they will not be annexed into the city as long as they maintain agricultural uses on the site or a single-family residence, at which time they choose to do a non-residential use or anything other than ag purposes, they will be subject to an annexation by the city.
But what I understood, there was a previous agreement with Martin Sprocket specifically not to, no matter what they did.
Sir, part of the development agreement that I have as part of our records that took place prior to me getting here, in fact identified that they would not be annexed if and only if they did not do agricultural purposes. But I will be happy to check that information and send it to you, send you specifically the development agreement that this entity is party to.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Further comment from council? We have been satisfied with the requirements. This has been the second public hearing on this. We'll talk about it again on the 6th day of January. I show number 15 as another zoning change, and number 15 and 16 are working together. I also show a zoning change on 10. These appear to be the only two zoning changes that are left, and I know that we have people here that are here for this. The rest of it seems to be more or less staff related.
Yeah.
How about if we take number 10 in order, and then let's go to 15 and 16, and let's get all of these out, the zone changes out of the way, and then move on. Do I have a problem with this from council?
That's good.
All right down here? Okay. Let's go on to number 10. This is consideration of authorizing the city manager to enter into a real estate sales contract and a development agreement with Psalms 1 Development, LLC, in substantially the attached form for the sale and development of 2 tracts of land totaling 5.297 acres, 1.682 acres, and 3.615 acres out of the Christoph Vault Survey 181 Abstract 3931, and is part of the consideration except from Palms 1 Development of 5.623 acres of land out of Christoph Vault Survey 181 Abstract 3931, and authorizing the mayor or city manager to execute an easement in right-of-way to Psalms 100 Development, LLC, for public access improvements, and to execute such other documents as may be necessary or convenient to the stated purpose. Mr. Dixon?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Mayor, as the Mayor read, this gets kind of lengthy, and it's a kind of a all-in-one 3-part deal. As you can recall, or may recall, in the summer, the city declared some vacant land out at Lake Nasworthy as surplus property and sent out an RFP for proposals for the development of that. Psalms 100 Development LLC submitted a proposal, and y'all accept that on July 1st council meeting. And this, which authorized the city manager to negotiate this development contract and the sales agreement with this. And this is kind of where all of this starts. This map has a lot of parts to it, but it's kind of the overall picture of this. The proponent has agreed on the sales contract to give the city $60,000 for the 2 parcels. Those parcels, well, it's actually 3 parcels. The parcels are, hang on just a minute. If you'll notice up in the top right hand of this slide, there's I'm going to call it a pink portion. And down on the far left-hand corner, the same color portion of property is what the developer is buying for $60,000, and also including that portion in purple that's part of what has been used for years. It's Hot Water Slough Park. So we're going to get $60,000 and that park property and the canal, just the water only. He is also receiving that dark orange piece as part of the sales contract. The developer wants to do this, in a 2-part closing. Close on Tract A, which is that top little triangular piece first. Pay $25,000 and transfer the property of Hot Water Slough Park and the canal to the city. And then at a later time, we have one old right-of-way property that we're working with the Bureau on to get into our property that the developer needs for the Part B, so he will close after that on that part. Also, part of this agreement is for a non-exclusive easement for public right-of-way for him to access his property. That's right under that dark orange piece. You can't see it very good. I think it's better on the map that you have in your background information. It's that little sliver that goes and connects up back to that far left-hand corner piece that he has. So all in all, without going into a lot of more detail, that's kind of where we're at today. And staff is recommending the development agreement that the developer has proposed, the approval of the sales contract, and the granting of the right-of-way for him to access his property. Questions?
We are trading property.
We are selling property, and we are gaining that portion of the property that was the Hot Water Slough Park.
Yeah.
Rodney, this is your area. Do you have any comments on this?
I move that we accept the proposal as presented. We talked about this summer about the park and the value of the parkland that we thought was our land and not our land. And
do I have a motion to accept? I do have a second. Do I have any further council comment on this item before we vote? Take public comment on it this time. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak to this item? I'm going to call for the vote. Yes, ma'am.
I did receive one email yesterday. It kind of surprised me on this subject that they had heard that a hotel was going right there on that slot, and they were fishermen, and they were quite irritated and upset. And I said that I would mention it, but once we sell, we don't really control what goes in.
Further comments before we vote? Motion has been made that we accept as presented. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one as well. Number 15, first public hearing, consideration and introduction of an ordinance, amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance of the Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo, Z1435's Joe Stafford. An ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A of the Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo, Texas, which said Exhibit A of Chapter 12 adopts zoning regulations, use districts, and a zoning map in accordance with the comprehensive plan by changing the zoning and classification of the following property to wit: unaddressed tracts located at the southeast corner of North Bryant Boulevard and Humble Road, more specifically occupying the Lakeside Garden Addition, Block 1, Lots 1 through 5, 26, 27, the east part of Lot 6, the northeast part of Lot 24, and that undeveloped 1.469 acre parcel known as Crest Street a 50-foot wide right-of-way beginning approximately 520 foot east of the intersection of North Bryant Boulevard and Humble Road, running south 649.14 foot from Humble Road, and then west 653.17 feet back to North Bryant Boulevard and northwest San Angelo, a request for approving a zone change from single-family residential RS1 to general commercial CG, providing for severability, providing a penalty. Rebecca Guerra, you're on.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Rebecca Guerra, Planning Manager. The next item before you is rezoning Z1435 in the name of Joe Stafford. It is an 8.633 acre site located on the southeast corner of North Bryant Boulevard and Humble Road. It is in District 2 in the Riverside neighborhood. This item is directly related to another item that is before you. It is which is called the Crest Street right-of-way abandonment. So these two are directly linked to each other. And in fact, you will see Crest Street running in the middle of this proposed rezoning. I'm sorry, along the southern portion of this rezoning. The zoning for this site, as the mayor alluded, is existing as single-family residential, so RS1, and the applicant is proposing general commercial. They are proposing general commercial as it is consistent, as it appears consistent with the future land use designation of commercial. And as you can see on the map before you and in your staff reports, all the properties to the south and to the west and mostly to the north are also have a future land use designation of commercial. Notifications were sent out within a 200-foot radius of the site. 9 notifications were sent out, and as of this morning, 0 responses have been received. Staff's recommendation is approval for the following reasons before you and in your staff reports. The site is designated commercial in the comprehensive plan, as I alluded to earlier. It appears to be compliant with all provisions of the zoning ordinance. I'm sorry, that should say CG. It's already zoned CG to the north, south, and to the west. We believe that it provides additional retail commercial opportunities to serve nearby residential areas to the north and the east. And it has abutting access to North Bryant Boulevard, which is an arterial street, which may minimize traffic impact on existing neighborhoods. On November the 17th, the Planning Commission recommended unanimously to deny the rezoning to general commercial. As a result, per the local government code of the state of Texas, a supermajority vote is required, that is a 3/4 vote. That equates to 6 votes from this council, either for approval or for denial of the request. The action requested today is to approve case Z1435 for rezoning to general commercial. Thank you, sir.
Let's open this up to the public first and get comment, pro and con, and then we'll go to council discussion.
Could she put the map back up while we're listening to the public? Thank you, Rebecca.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to leave the aerial. Is that one? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. State your name, please, and you have the floor, ma'am.
My name is Margaret Ballard. I own the land at the corner of Humble Road and North Bryant, which is under consideration for a zoning change. I understand the zoning board denied the change from single-family residence to general commercial. I have a very good offer to buy that place. It may not go through, but it's contingent upon getting a zoning recommendation of general commercial. I've, over the past 20 years, been approached numerous times to sell that. That's my home. I didn't want to sell it, but every proposed buyer wanted it as commercial property, not as single-family residence. And I understand that the city council can override the zoning board's disallowance of the change from single-family residence to general commercial. And I implore you to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. Morning, Russell.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Russell Gully with SKG Engineering. We were denied at Planning Commission for this. Yesterday at Planning Commission, we had a replat for this tract of land and the adjacent tract of land to the south, and it was approved yesterday. And so we believe that to be a positive. The concern from what we got out of the council meeting prior for the zone change was concern about traffic on Humboldt Road. And so as part of the subdivision plating process, Humboldt Road, as part of the master thoroughfare plan, will have to be an 80-foot right-of-way and a 64-foot wide street there. And so with this development, the developer will be widening Humboldt Road. And so currently it's a 20 to 22-foot little strip paving county road from, on the plat it was known as Humboldt Tank Farm Road. So it's been there for the plat was originally created in 1947. So we believe, since we brought the plat to them showing development and showing that Humboldt Road will be widened substantially to address their traffic concerns for that narrow street there, that we addressed now hopefully their concerns that really they had stated about the zone change. The master thoroughfare, the future land use map shows that it is to be commercial, and the staff has done a great job in working with us on this, and her staff report really says it all about the property. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Do have one, Russell. Is he talking about widening Humboldt Road just to the width of the property? You're going all the way to Lake Drive with it?
The developer will only be required to do his part in front of his property at this point in time.
So we'll be going west off of Lake Drive with a little narrow road, and then when we get to the property, it will widen out just that section, just for the section to Bryant or to the service road.
Yes, sir. For the current time being, yes. And as any development patterns may grow, or as the implementation of the master thoroughfare plan, Humboldt Road will need to be widened. We did ask for variance for the widening, but we got denied. We're okay with that, and so we'll go through with the widening of Humboldt Road in front of our property.
Actually, it'll be about a third of Humboldt Road.
Yes, it's a substantial segment of it.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have multiple questions. Whoever.
Let's go, Charlotte, and then you're next.
I just wanted to know if Humboldt Road, since I'm not familiar with the area, Russell, is it capable of handling traffic at this time?
At this time, no. But as our development, we'll be widening approximately 20 feet to Humboldt Road. So the part we add will be a thicker base section and a thicker asphalt section. So the part we will be responsible for improving will be.
Thank you.
Elizabeth?
My questions are for staff, even though Russell probably doesn't need to get too far away. Rebecca, can you give us kind of an overview of what the objections were of the Planning Commission? Anything other than traffic?
Ma'am, those were the two objections that they raised, the traffic and the condition of Humboldt Road. I've included the excerpts from the minutes in the staff report, and as you can see, based on that discussion, the paving width that exists today for Humboldt Road and the amount of traffic that could be generated by proposed commercial uses were the two reasons that were cited by the Planning Commission.
Okay. I think this is the third time that I've asked that the Thoroughfare plan be shown when we're doing a rezoning request. I think that it's important because we tend to get back to the Thoroughfare plan. And I think whether it's the public, the council, the Planning Commission, all of us in the community always need to be re-educated on how development occurs in the city. It's the responsibility of the developer to build their portion of the street. So unless the city wants to change its development strategy and go widen streets that they have no idea where development is going to take place, it's done by the developer incrementally, so that when Humboldt Road is finished out and becomes the arterial that it was intended, that it's built to the correct standards, to the correct width, etc. So I have no trouble having the developer build a portion of a street. Either that or they put money in escrow so that the city does it later. But this is how it works, and I personally am in favor of the rezoning. I'm not sure that the Planning Commission understands sort of the basic tenets of our development strategy, but that's for another day.
Further down here.
Well, I
Work
just,
on- Go to Don.
I'd just like to say that there's very little traffic from Lake Drive across Humboldt to Bryant at this time, so I don't see that it's going to be a big problem as far as through traffic there. And whatever's developed will, for the major part, be accessed off of Bryant anyway.
Mm-hmm. Rodney?
I just wanted to clarify that it said in our report, and earlier you put it up there, that 9 notices were sent out and no notices were received. So
That is correct, sir.
for not for it or against it, nothing was received back.
Nothing was officially received by the Planning Division that constituted a response in favor or an objection.
What does that mean?
Yeah, what is officially received?
One was withdrawn. There was a notification that was sent, and then one was withdrawn.
I'd make
Okay.
a motion to approve the rezoning request as originally requested.
I'll second that, but I do have a question.
Marty and Johnny, y'all were waiting to make.
Yes.
Well,
Johnny?
go ahead.
The only 2 questions I had, one of them was the access road that's along Bryant right there. Is that called Riverside Golf Club? I mean, I'm looking at a map that says Riverside Golf Club, so I know where Humble Road is, but I'm looking at this.
It's across the street.
Yeah. Across the street.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. That is across the street. That's not in front of
And
this
it's
property.
south, Johnny.
Okay, and is
Sorry, I didn't mean
And
to
then
look
my
like that.
second question was, Ms. Ballard, did you say, or do you live on that property? You said you have a house there?
That's her property.
Sir, if you see in front of you,
Yeah.
I'm circling around the
I'm looking
single-family
at it.
residence.
So
That
she
is
lives
correct.
there?
Yes.
So she's going to remain there, Russell?
I don't hear.
Okay.
I don't hear
No.
well. What was the
No.
question?
No.
Not if it goes through.
She's relocating.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to live in that house.
Okay.
Sir, for the record, the Mrs. Ballard says that she will not be living in the residence after
Okay.
the property is sold.
I was a little concerned if she did, but yeah, that answers my question. Thank you.
Marty, this is your area, so
Well, I talked to my planning commissioner guy, and he was concerned about the traffic going up Humble Road to Lake Drive. But if we widen it, with the widening of Humble Drive, I'm kind of like Don. I think it'll keep the traffic from going up that way, just because it'll be, with the widening of the road up to the end of that property, it'll be, by convenience, they'll come back to Bryant, I think, on their own. So,
Yeah.
you know, I don't see a problem with it. I would like to know if there's any more public comment, though.
I've got a problem with it being so close to Saddle Ridge, because that is a nice little area, residential area, and it's just looks like it's about 5 acres away, just to the south of this. I mean, it's in close proximity, and these are some nice houses in there. Is it that far away? Okay, it's a little further than I thought. There's still some more property. That is south. Is that commercial, or is it still RS1?
No, we
commercial.
turned it commercial.
It's already commercial.
It's all
Since I've been
commercial.
on the council.
So you can see immediately to the south is
Okay, it
neighborhood
is
center.
commercial.
And so immediately to the east will be neighborhood. So that all those little houses that you see there with small numbers, that is a single-family detached neighborhood.
Is that what you're calling Saddle Ridge?
Yeah.
Yeah, Saddle Ridge is that neighborhood where we see all the little houses there. That's the Saddle Ridge area, and I don't want to waste all that RS1 out there to put a bunch of commercial stuff when we could have houses, because finally this area is beginning to grow. And I see that little 20-foot stretch of road and putting commercial at the end. I see that as putting a 1,000-car parking garage at the end of a 20-foot. I think it will be a problem with that very small little patch from Humble Road going west. And I don't think that widening it right there on the property is going to make a whole lot of difference. And I think there will be a lot of truck traffic, because there's already truck traffic on Lake Drive, and there's already truck traffic on Humble Road. So I don't know. I still see that as a problem, that little narrow road and all the truck traffic making it commercial. But I can vote against it, and it'll still pass if everyone else votes for it. So any other comment, Rodney?
The one thing that I would say, this is really related to an item we did a little over a year ago before Liz was on the council out in front of out in front of Foster Road over there where we did the Town and Country. And this is the same type of situation where we did turn that commercial over there, and it was in close proximity to RS1 and Ranch Estate that was back up in there, and we did go ahead and turn it then. And it was going to add a lot of traffic. And it's the same situation with the road. Remember, the very same deal. That road is real narrow right there, and that new developer, which is going to be Stripes, is going to go in and widen their side of the road over on that side. And we all passed that. And I think it was unanimous back then. So that's my only argument.
Do I have any further comment on it from Captain Charlotte?
Just a question for clarification in my mind. We as council members appoint people to various boards based on their expertise in certain fields. Certain board members come and go because of moving or out of district or illness or whatever, and if there's a way that you could put in the material as to the current board members are, it's helpful for me to see how they voted, knowing on their background to who I appointed. It's very helpful because I've got to trust their opinions. But since I don't have it, I'm going strictly on staffs, and I'm not trying to belittle staff. I'm just saying that that is important. I don't know how important it is to other council members, but it would be helpful to see.
And we're attempting to do that. In this case, the vote was unanimous. For the next item,
especially when it's a supermajority and,
exactly.
and needing to rely on or not rely on.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did I understand, Russell, the first vote was unanimously against, and the vote yesterday was for?
So, sir, the vote for this item for the rezoning was the recommendation from Planning Commission was unanimously to recommend denial. The vote yesterday for the plat, which Mr. Gully has alluded to, was a split vote. However, the Planning Commission did vote to approve the plat.
Okay. So the first time they heard it, they denied it. The second time they heard it, they did give a positive vote.
So there were three different votes before Planning Commission for three different items. The first one is the one that you see before you, which is the rezoning. The second one is for the right-of-way abandonment for Crest Street. That one was also a recommendation of denial. That was a split vote. And then the third item that came before them, which was yesterday, that one was for the platting of the properties. You can see that there are multiple parcels, and so the applicant is proposing to take all of those parcels and combine them to make three different lots that will have access. Two of them will have access directly off of Bryant, and the third one will have access off of Bryant and Humble. So there were three different items that went before Planning Commission. The plat yesterday, which was approved, the right-of-way abandonment, which was denied, and then the rezoning, which was denied.
Okay.
And
but
some of
both
those are contingent upon what's done here today.
Yes, sir.
So
one of them is contingent
those
upon
are
this.
Separate issues from this.
Well, that confusing because we have two items on the agenda today, but yet there were three votes. So the two agendas that we have today, one of them was denied unanimously, and the second one was denied by a 4-3 vote.
Yes, sir.
And the one that was taken yesterday is not even on here.
No, plats are
You
not.
wasn't trying to mislead us, were you, Russell? Okay.
Plats do not have to be approved by City Council, only if they are denied by Planning Commission. Does this council have the ability to appeal any decision made by Planning Commission?
But I think it's fair to say that the plat, the reason for the replat was not for Ms. Ballard to have a much larger single-family residential lot.
No.
That's what Russell's alluding to.
No, ma'am,
is
you are
that-
correct. The replat was done in order to reflect the abandonment of Crest Street and to allow for direct access onto Bryant and Humble.
Making it more commercially viable.
Yes.
And maybe Rebecca can help refresh my memory, but at the Planning Commission, we originally had a motion to approve, and I don't remember if it was Ms. Brooks or the other gentleman that sits next to her. And so our first motion was an approval, and then it failed, and then there was a second motion to deny, and it passed 4-2 or 3-2. So I don't believe it was a unanimous, because there was our first motion was to approve. So it was split. There was kind of two different sides looking at it, but.
Well, I think you're right based on my discussion, but what I think is important here is the future land use plan calls for commercial. It's not new. When did you say you discussed it last, Marty? I don't know, a year ago? And so our decision should be consistent with that. Otherwise, somebody needs to be discussing a change to the future land use plan.
Do I have any further public comment on this before we call for the vote? Is there anything else need to be said by the council? Any other comments? Rodney?
One thing that I feel for Miss Ballard on this because she's had this land for I don't know how long, but in order for her to sell this and make it viable, it needs to go to commercial. That's why we have the plan out there. We as a city have kind of said that's the way that property needs to go.
Well, and I think that it's, we're not doing this because Miss Ballard has been approached for 30 years or whatever. But what we know is whether it's the growth of residential is also successful when there are pods of commercial that make the residential more livable. So that's why we have planning, so that we can organize where the commercial takes place, its proximity to residential. So I think the mayor is going to see what he wants in the future is a more hardy residential growth, but let's manage the commercial in a very thoughtful way. And this is a property that probably has been screaming to be commercial for a long time.
Charlotte, do you have a comment?
Just the comment that, as we all are well aware of, our city is growing by leaps and bounds. And we are experiencing those growing pains. And what we've been accustomed to, we want to maintain our quality of living, but at the same time, we're going to have to adjust. And that's tough.
Mayor.
John.
And I think we all up here understand the concern on the traffic, but my gosh, it's happening all over the city. So I don't think this is privy to any.
We'll manage it.
Yeah. So
Do have a motion to approve as presented by Elizabeth. Does anyone want to second this?
I did.
Marty, you want to second it?
I did already.
Oh, you seconded it? Okay. Then we've had the motion and a second. We've had public comment. Any other comment? We've had council comment. Any other comment? We need 6 votes on this to pass it.
You are correct, sir.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Did I have 6? Then put me against it and pass it. 6-1. Let's move on then to number 16. This one goes with it. This is first public hearing, consideration of introduction of an ordinance authorizing abandonment of a public right-of-way for Crest Street, beginning approximately 520 foot east of the intersection of North Bryant Boulevard and Humble Road, extending south 649.14 feet from Humble Road, and then west 653.17 feet back to North Bryant Boulevard, northwest San Angelo. An ordinance providing for the abandonment and closing of the following street segment, to wit, an undeveloped 1.469 acre parcel known as Crest Street, being a 50-foot wide right-of-way beginning approximately 520 foot east of the intersection of North Bryant Boulevard and Humble Road, extending south 649.14 feet from Humble Road, and then west 653.17 feet back to North Bryant Boulevard in northwest San Angelo, authorizing the conveyance thereof to the abutting property owners, providing for the terms and conditions of abandonment and conveyance, and providing for the mayor to execute and deliver a quitclaim deed to the abutting property owners. Ms. Guerra, and this is with the same thing we've just been talking about.
It is indeed. This property immediately to the southeast of this intersection was the subject of the rezoning request that you just heard. And so this platted road, which is called Crest Street, is approximately 98 feet to 150 feet wide, and its total length is 925 feet long. As I alluded, this property is a platted road. It has not yet been constructed. However, it is shown on the major thoroughfare plan.
Marty, this is yours. You want to?
How does, if we do this, how does lot 28 get to their property? Is that all one lot now?
And so, as you can see on this notification map, if you'll let me go through this, then I can answer your question.
Okay.
The notification was the same as the rezoning. No responses have been received. As you can see, everything with a 1 was the subject of, have received the same notification and is the subject of the rezoning. The piece to the south, which is labeled as an 8, that is also going to be part of the overall development and was part of the plat. Everything that you see as 8 and everything that you see as 1 will have access onto Bryant. Those that are labeled as 1 that are fronting Humble will also have right-of-way access onto Humble. There will be no landlocked pieces. So everything that was affected by the abandonment of Crest Street, so everything that runs between the 1, those 3 1s and the 8s, right here, that is where Crest Street runs this way. Mm-hmm. There will be no landlocked parcels. All of these parcels will have access off to this right-of-way. Parcel 2 will also have access off to Humble. so there will be no landlocked parcels as a result of the abandonment of Crest Street.
And for the ones to the northeast, those should never have been double frontage lots in the first place, correct?
That was the way that they were
I
formed.
know, but that's not, we would not allow that today, correct?
Today, no. If it were a new subdivision, no, we would not allow, or they would have to seek a variance.
That's problematic in the, who's the alley, who's the front, who's the,
And in fact, lot 2, that lot that's labeled as 2 would have had 3 right-of-way frontages.
right.
Marty?
Sir,
So-
if I can finish, there was a condition of approval associated with this, which was that any approval of this right-of-way abandonment would have been contingent on the plat being approved. The plat was in fact approved yesterday, without the variance being approved, so the variance was denied, but the plat, however, was approved. The decision for the right-of-way abandonment was denied, was a recommendation of denial from Planning Commission. The minutes from the Planning Commission have been included. However, there was a discrepancy in the vote, and so I have a copy of those minutes. They were not available until after we published it, so I'm going to hand it to City Council so you can see the vote. Each member's vote has been identified in the minutes as per Council Member Farmer's request. As a result, a supermajority vote will be required, as was the previous one. And so in this case, 6 votes either way are required for any decision, sir.
I'd make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Do you have a motion to approve, or do I have a second? Any further council comment on this?
I'd like to see that.
Okay. We need to look at the minutes before we move
sir.
forward.
So while we're waiting on 2, 3, based upon let's go back. 2, 3, 4, and 7 will all have access off Lake Drive.
Yes, sir, you are correct.
Okay, and those are all R&E.
Yes, sir, they are.
And then 8 and 1 will
okay.
be one, is being replatted as one.
They are being replatted. All of those lots will be replatted into 3 lots, 3 separate tracts, 2 of which will have access directly onto Bryant. The third one will have access onto Bryant and Humble.
Okay.
Rebecca, I seconded it just for the sake of discussion, but what was the concern about it being abandoned?
Again, the same 2 concerns, traffic that will be generated by the proposed commercial and the existing condition of Humble Road.
Is the sale contingent upon this approval? This has to be approved before the sale will go through? Okay.
It's an unpleasant job in planning. Somebody's going to be
Rebecca,
unhappy.
is that correct? It has to go through for the sale?
Yes, that's,
No.
yes.
Sir, I cannot verify
Oh,
one
don't
way or
get
the other.
soft
Yeah.
now,
Ms.
Shirley.
Ballard shook her head.
Okay.
Public comment?
We have further comment? Russell?
Russell Gully with SKG. In my humble opinion, Crest Street, if we abandon it, it would, if we leave Crest Street intact and we leave these tracks intact, we could actually potentially be funneling more traffic over to Humble Road. So by abandoning Crest Street and forcing those tracks to come out to Bryant, we would actually be lessening traffic that could go to Humble Road. So if there was a concern there, we would think this, there again, should help address that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Ballard.
Crest Street has never been used as a street. When we bought that property more than 50 years ago, people would come into Crest Street and toss their beer cans in our lawn. And we went to the city council and requested that they not use, and I have a letter to that effect. It's never furnished access to Bryant Boulevard or Humble Road. It's fenced and enclosed. never used as a street. Thank you.
Well, I've lived there 64 years, and I didn't know it existed, so.
You didn't know all the good places to drink alcohol.
Well, I didn't. We drank.
I'm not saying I knew. I'm just saying.
You've just heard that, haven't you? Any further comments on this? I do have a motion. Did I get a second anywhere?
Yes.
Yes. Who did that?
Johnny.
Johnny, that's right. You did it just for
For the sake
discussion.
of discussion.
But you're keeping it. You're going to hold your
I'm
second?
gonna keep it,
Okay,
yes.
we've discussed it. We've had public comment. Is there any more before we move on this? We've had council discussion. Is there any more before we move on this? This also requires a 6-1 vote.
You are correct, sir. Or it requires a supermajority.
I don't have a problem with this one since we've approved the other one. This would be moot point. But anyway, I do have a motion. I do have a second. A call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one. Let's take a break. It is 10:16. Let's take about 15.
Done. Yay.
Let's call this meeting back to order. We have now moved on to number 18, which is consideration and possible action for the approval of various changes to the civic events facilities policy. And
You skipped. Got to go back to 11.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm the one that pulled those to the front.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. Let's go back then. And we'll take up number 18 after we have dealt with 12, 13, and 14. Number 12, consideration of awarding VM 1814 patrol vehicles utilizing State of Texas contract number 071072A1 in an amount not to exceed $155,000 to Reliable Chevrolet, Richardson, Texas, budgeted for purchase in FY15 for the purchase of 4 units, with the option to purchase 1 additional unit, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute any necessary related documents. Mr. Kramer, you are on, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, council. And my name again, Ryan Kramer, Vehicle Maintenance Superintendent. This item is before you this morning. We did have it a few weeks ago at a council meeting where the vote did tie 3-3. It's back to you to consider approving the purchase of police patrol vehicles from Reliable Chevrolet, as the mayor stated. These vehicles are to be utilized within the municipal court and the police departments, 1 in municipal court, 3 in the police department. Again, this item was considered at the last meeting. It was moved from consent. The discussion did deal mostly with buying the vehicles locally or not, and the result was a tie vote. This quote was requested for this type of vehicle through the State of Texas contract, which is similar to a buy board contract. And a request for bid was actually not published for this item. And the reason for that is that historically, while a local bid could be portrayed from one dealer in town for this vehicle, that dealer has chosen not to bid for their own reasons, I believe. So we did not publish a request for bid for this item. The staff is requesting the award of the purchase of the patrol vehicles to Reliable Chevrolet, of course not to exceed $155,000. That would include 4 units as discussed, with the option to purchase 1 additional unit if an unforeseen event happened. Additional purchases, of course, will come back to council for approval.
We pretty well talked this over last meeting, and it was a 3-3 tie. Elizabeth was gone, so she's back, so we will not have a 3-3 tie today. But are there any questions the council needs to ask before we move on? Charlotte?
Yes, I've received several email requests for just to ask the questions with respect to vehicles. Now, you are replacing, this is not an addition to, you're replacing.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. We rotate these vehicles out.
Right, and then the last time it was 14 vehicles that we replaced. I need to ask you, those 14, were they retired from service?
The 14 Tahoes that were purchased in our last rotation replaced 14 vehicles within the fleet. Those vehicles were retired as appropriate.
Okay, so they were sold at auction?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the vehicles bring Do you recall what price that they brought?
Most of the vehicles that were rotated out were Crown Victorias, so we still have Crown Victorias that are rotating out, and most of those vehicles bring around $2,000, $2,000 to $2,500, depending on their condition. The few Chargers that did rotate out bring a little bit more than that.
Well, my reason for asking that in this is that money, is that applied toward this purchase?
I believe that it's not directly applied. The auction funds do go back to equipment replacement funding, and I believe that our budget folks could answer that question better.
Okay.
Michael.
That's
Ms.
all the
Farmer,
questions. Mhm.
We do budget a line that includes auction proceeds each year in that Fund 501 where we do the equipment replacement. And so those monies become available for not just replacement of these vehicles, but a replacement of vehicles and equipment throughout the fleet. It's actually a very small
In
piece.
just the police department?
No.
No, ma'am.
When those vehicles are sold, that money goes into that line, and it becomes available for any general fund type equipment replacement vehicle. Because the auction proceeds are so relatively small compared to the total need, the total spend, we budget approximately 1.3 to 1.4 million total in that fund, and the auction proceeds in the past have been less than $100,000.
Well, I understand you're saying that it's so small, but when you've got 14 vehicles and if you got $2,000 apiece for them, if that money was put into a reserve account to go toward the purchase of our new police vehicles, it's just softer.
It's not matched up on a vehicle by vehicle basis. It is used to replace vehicles. So the vehicles that Mr. Kramer sells this year will generate revenue, which is used this year to replace vehicles and equipment.
What that allows us to do is just to find the greatest needs. So, for example, this year, our need is only for 4 of these patrol vehicles. It's not as great as it was last year. And so those revenues just allow us to manage those funds properly, to do our best to get as much out of them as we can in the right areas.
Mayor?
Yes,
If
sir.
I may. It seems like now, every day that we listen to the news and we hear of accidents happening all throughout the city, I mean, it's just a continuing and growing problem. And I think that this adds to the safety of our citizens. I have no problem with it. I was in support of it the last time around, so I'm going to make I move to approve this item, and just to see to help in what's happening out there to our city as it's growing and going through those growing pains. I really hate to hear of any people getting hurt, but it is happening, and this adds to that. Again, my motion is to approve it as presented.
Anybody want to second that?
I'll second that.
Well, I too would like to get them in bigger vehicles. Do I have any further comment from the council? Do I have public comment on this? Chief, you want to talk about it? Good morning, Mr. Todd.
Good morning.
State your name, and you've got the floor, my friend.
Todd Price, Jim Bass Cars and Trucks. I want to thank you all first off, and I especially want to thank the city council member who questioned a couple of weeks ago the purchasing of vehicles from out of town. As we all know, keeping as much business as we can in town is critical to all of us, and certainly the local businesses. Out of that meeting, a couple of quotes occurred, and I just wanted to approach those quotes. Specifically, one quote from Chief Vasquez. He stated on KSAN on December the 2nd, just after the meeting, "I'm always about doing more for our community. I'm always about buying when we can buy here. But it's like any other services we deal with. I think we have to be a good steward of the taxpayers' money. And if we buy a vehicle and the best bid is somewhere else, then we have to save the money that the taxpayers are giving us to spend." And I would certainly agree with that. 2 years ago, and that bid was just brought up a couple of moments ago, 2 years ago, there was a bid that went out to dealers to replace those Tahoes, or I'm sorry, when they purchased those Tahoes. when that bid came out, Jim Bass presented a bid for Ford Explorers that was less expensive than the Tahoes. There are other cost factors that would have benefited even the city even further. One being some of the equipment off of those Crown Victorias that they got rid of could have been transferred over to the Ford Explorers, and they couldn't be transferred over to the Tahoes. So there were plenty of saving opportunities, and I guess my concern is that we are sending money out of this city, and in this bid, the one that you're looking at now, looking at approving, we didn't get an opportunity to bid that at Jim Bass. So we're just choosing, I'm assuming, that we want this vehicle, and so we're going to go out of town and buy it. Now, according to the Missouri State Police and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, which are the authorities on testing new vehicles for patrol, you can look up on their websites and see the results. The Ford Explorer in many, many categories way outperforms the Tahoe. It's faster 0 to 60. It's faster 0 to 100 in pursuit situations. That would certainly be beneficial as far as safety. Stopping from 60 to 0, it's quicker. It has 75 mile per hour crash bumper in the rear. Ballistic doors. There are just so many safety features, and comparably priced. As a matter of fact, 2 years ago they were less, and probably would be now. So I just wanted to make that statement that, buying cars out of town is not cheaper. And there are people in this city, or dealers in this city, that will sell vehicles that are comparable and in some cases superior for less money. And I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Todd. Do I have any further comment, Chief?
Just a couple of things I wanted to highlight with the Tahoes. When we decided to go and make this move towards this particular vehicle, we had done a significant amount of research. They're proven. They were already proven when we decided to try them. They have continued to work fine. They're very seldom in the shop. When the process went out a couple years ago, the Explorer, the police package Explorer, was new to the scene. I didn't want to try something that wasn't proven, and I think that looking at our surrounding areas, the Tahoe can't be wrong when you have Odessa Police Department by 80 at a time. Everybody's transitioning to this. This has been a proven vehicle. The officers, I've got memos from them after the last meeting stating how this vehicle has performed better than any of the other vehicles that they've driven, whether it was a Charger or the Crown Victoria that we used to have. They're very pleased with the room that's inside there. Basically, it's their office. You put them in a tight position, or you can create a good space for them. The prisoner space, the transport space is significantly larger than any other vehicle, so we're able to put prisoners in the back seat a lot easier. The clearance rate, we haven't lost any, bottomed out like we were doing with the Chargers. And like I said, the downtime on these vehicles is almost none. We don't have trouble with these vehicles. I think Municipal Court, current one, I think John Gonzalez was telling me earlier that vehicle that Tahoe that got's never been in the shop. And so it's been proven for us. We're very pleased with the vehicle. I know the officers are very pleased with the vehicle, and many of them will say it's the best police package vehicle that they've ever driven. And so it's proven to us right now that it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Chief. Charlotte?
What is the gas mileage comparison between the two vehicles, please?
What I have, Ms. Farmer, is straight off of fueleconomy.gov, which is an EPA website where they publish all fuel economy ratings. Unfortunately, they do not have police package vehicles on there. The package of the vehicle, the drivetrain, is all going to be very, very similar. The combined fuel economy of the Tahoe, which the combined rating is not quite an average, but it's a calculation of the city and the highway fuel economy. The fuel economy of the Tahoe is 18 miles per gallon combined. The all-wheel drive Ford Explorer is 19 miles per gallon combined.
And since this has come up in the last 2 weeks, have you asked Jim Bass Ford the same package that you're looking at, what they could provide the Ford Explorer for in a comparison?
No, ma'am, I have not. And the reason for that is that the Chevrolet Tahoe is the vehicle that I would recommend that we move our fleet to. The Ford Explorer, through my research, through other cities, through other groups that are using police vehicles, the Ford Explorer has had some minor issues. The Tahoe is, again, proven in our city as well as others, and it is a very solid platform.
Well, I'm going on what I see around town and ranches and people drive, and I see the Fords, and I like buying local. Sure. And I don't mean to be putting you to the mat for any other reason other than I prefer to spend our dollar local.
And if I could say, I did investigate further the opportunity to buy a Chevrolet Tahoe in town, and the dealer that could offer us that vehicle, their business model is just not that of offering fleet sales, and so it's that's of course their opinion, and I don't want to speak for them, but that's kind of where they're at.
Mayor, I have a
Yes, sir.
no, because now I'm sitting here. Now I'm a little confused because I understood the last couple of weeks that we had exhausted all our efforts to at least start local, and now I'm hearing different. And so, which is it? Did we or did we not? And then, secondly, I know that Todd mentioned the Missouri State Police and Los Angeles. Did you research those outfits? How they operate, or?
Yes, sir. And historically, again, we do not receive bids from anyone in town except for Jim Bass Ford, and they do a great job of bidding on all of our vehicles that are out there for bid. So I have visited with some of these folks. We've sent bids to the different dealers in town, and we never receive anything. I visited with the school and the county both. Jim Bass Ford always bids, and none of the others do, and that's a historical standard. After our meeting last week, I wanted to dig even deeper to see why perhaps they're not bidding, and exactly what I said 2 weeks ago was true. It's just not their business model. It's a different type of sale. The folks at All American Chevrolet were great to visit with. The folks at Mitchell Buick GMC were great to visit with. They offered me answers to any questions I had. It just wasn't exactly what they're in the business to do, and it is very, very different to sell fleet than it is retail. And so I was simply verifying what I believed I already knew and had experienced in the past. The answer to your second question, I'm sorry, would you tell me what that was?
No, you talk about doing research, and
yes, sir.
And they mentioned Missouri, and they mentioned LA County.
And there's another big one. The Michigan State Police is another one. And I believe, if I recall correctly, the information that Mr. Price said is mostly accurate. I don't think that I heard anything that was inaccurate. The part that is the benefit for the Tahoe is the decreased downtime. They do not break. We don't have them in the shop. The maintenance costs are identical to any other vehicle that we have, oil changes, things like that. So we're not spending any time with them broken. That means our officers are in them more often. They're not sitting at my place waiting on anything to happen. And that amount alone is a huge, huge benefit to any fleet item that we have.
Ryan, I do want to mention also that a couple of years ago when we were looking at the Ford the Expedition Interceptors, and we're looking at the Tahoes as well, we had done a thorough comparison between those two. At the time that we moved forward with the Tahoe is because we felt that for the needs of the police department and municipal court, it was a better vehicle. I know that going out, and I want to make sure that Mr. Silvas understands this, as far as the vehicle that we bid out was for the Tahoe, is that correct? We weren't looking for other vehicles other than the one that was proven to us that we had done research on 2 years ago.
That's correct. We simply requested a bid from a previously bid contract, similar to Buy Board State of Texas contract. And so through that, we're able to request the specific items that best suit us.
So just for the sake of clarity, I mean, we're dealing with taxpayer money here.
Yes, sir.
And a big chunk of it. Was a bid sent out to Jim Bass Ford or not?
No, sir.
Okay.
It was
And
not
the
sent
reason
out at
being
all.
because you weren't looking at, you were looking at for Tahoes.
That's
what you were
correct.
looking for.
That's correct. And if we had the chance that a local dealer would have been able to bid the platform, the exact platform we were looking for, it would have made a lot of sense to go out for bid and allow that opportunity.
Thank you.
Marty?
I just want to make sure I understand, is this for 5 or for 6?
This is for 4 initially, 1 to municipal court and 3 to police.
Okay.
And the remaining 1 that is the option is if we have an accident, a total loss of a patrol vehicle. Instead of coming back to council for approval for 1 more vehicle, you're giving us the authority to purchase 1 more, and if we exceed that, we'll be back.
Okay, now, you said the maintenance was considerably less on the Tahoes?
No, sir, it's the same. The maintenance costs for the vehicles are the same. So we're talking about the number of quarts of oil, the oil filter, the time spent doing that job. They're very, very similar. So while we may differ a half a quart of oil, that's very negligible.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was going to say, you're talking about maintenance, but we're talking about repair work, actually, when they break down.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, 2 separate things. So
Correct.
maintenance, in my world, maintenance is just simply the things that are required every so often, and we can't get around those. Repairs are things that we are not expecting, that we hope to reduce by doing maintenance. And so repairs on the Tahoes for the vehicles that we have in service now are extremely minimal. We do not have them broken.
Okay, so if repair is minimal, how many more do we have to put, how many more, if we go with all Tahoes, how many more do we have to change out? How many more Crown Vics and stuff are there to change out?
If I'm not mistaken, the patrol fleet has only 1 Crown Victoria left, and the other 2 vehicles that will be replaced will be Dodge Chargers. Municipal Court's vehicle, we're still evaluating the exact one, but we have 2 on the chopping block. One is a Ford Explorer, an older model Ford Explorer that is not a pursuit vehicle, and the other one is a Dodge Charger that's had significant issues lately.
Then we'll have everything in Tahoes?
No, sir, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. The remaining Chargers that are from years past, the last group of Chargers that we bought was in 2012. So they will have another 2 to 3 years of life before they'll be rotated. So just this year alone, we're replacing 4 vehicles, and next year we'll probably be closer to the 13, 14 mark again, and we'll probably have 2 to 3 years of rotations in that manner to be completely into Tahoes.
Okay, when we get in completely into Tahoes, if we continue to change out, are we gonna, since repair is so minimal, will we be able to cut staff?
Let's hope not. The Fleet Maintenance Division has reduced staff in the past 5 years, I believe, already, to combat some extra costs, along with trying to maintain our fleet better so that we have fewer repairs. And the more time that we spend away from certain vehicles, the more we'll be able to spend on items that are being neglected by my department because we don't have the time or the manpower to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have any further comment? Daniel?
Ryan, do you have any Explorers that we're using at this point for law enforcement, whether municipal court or with the police department at this?
Not a Explorer pursuit vehicle.
Okay.
The only Explorers we have are a civilian vehicle that has just been equipped with some lighting.
Okay. John, did you want to speak on behalf of municipal court on this issue as far as the...
On this subject of...
Come to the microphone, please, sir, so we can get you on tape.
We currently utilize an Explorer, and like Ryan said, it's not the police package Explorer, but comparing the size of the Tahoe to the size of the Explorer, it's just 2 different worlds. On a regular basis, we're transporting 3, sometimes 4 people at a time from municipal court to either the jail or JJC. And the difference between the Tahoes and the Explorers or the Chargers, we ran some numbers, and it's approximately 200 trips a year.
that we get to cut out because of the size of the Tahoes, as opposed to the Chargers and the Explorers. Like Ryan said, we're trying to decide which vehicle we're going to turn in if we do, in fact, replace it with the Tahoe, because we've had the problems with the Chargers, but we've also had the problem with the Explorer as well. So just size-wise to us makes a big difference, because we're able to make less trips to the jail or to JJC because of the size and the number of people we're able to put into the Tahoe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlotte?
I have a question for Chief Font. Where'd he go?
He's standing over there.
Oh, there he is. And I only asked him because I thought he's your numbers guy, so I wanted to ask him.
Yes,
when I asked for the gas mileage, and I got the new current rating, manufactured suggestion, et cetera, and so forth, but we fought 14 Tahoes last year. What was the gas mileage on those 14 Tahoes, average?
I think the average on those 14 Tahoes is probably, it's been very consistent with the Crown Victorias that we had before. They run with a patrol vehicle, since they have so much idle time and downtime and things like that. The gas mileage usually runs around 10 to 12 miles per gallon, somewhere along in there. There hasn't been very much difference between the Chargers. Actually, their mileage is maybe ever so slightly higher. I mean, they get, closer to the 12 range. I don't think we get them much above that average there. It's been a while since I've looked at it, so I'm just doing this from memory.
And the did anyone check the gas mileage in LA or Missouri as to what they get on their existing Ford Explorers?
I have not, no ma'am. I haven't looked at the Ford Explorers. Whenever we originally did this switch from the Charger to the Tahoes or to another patrol vehicle, it had a lot to do with the aesthetics of the vehicle, the interior dimensions. The cars are more of a mid-sized car. The Tahoes being a larger vehicle, there again, it was a lot to do with the driver comfort. Some of our big guys, they can't hardly even fit in the Charger. So we were looking at a lot of the interior dimensions and things like that, as far as the storage space as well, the trunk space, a multitude of factors. But one of the big factors was the ground clearance. The ground clearance on the Charger was right around 5 inches. There are a few apartment complexes in town or a few other places where they have speed bumps that we've actually knocked out oil pans and transmission pans on because the humps are so high that they actually hit. At the time, I don't know the dimensions or the specifications for the newest Ford CPV, but the Tahoe had a little over 8 inches ground clearance, so that extra 3 inches has been a significant factor for us. It was more along the performance. I know that Mr. Price had mentioned the specifications from, I think, Missouri State Police. I hadn't looked at one from Missouri State Police before, but Michigan State Police and the LASO, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, do a very extensive research annually on their vehicles. I would say that speed is not a significant factor for us. We don't necessarily need to know that a patrol vehicle in the city of San Angelo will go 140 miles an hour. That's just not something that we want to happen anyway. So it's more along the lines of it has to do with the aesthetics and the usability and utility of the vehicle. That's what we primarily made our decision on. And this year, I would have to say that if I were to really stand up and say anything specific, the consistency of the vehicles is very important. If I go get in a patrol vehicle right now, I know exactly where everything is set up, how it works, how it operates, how it's going to handle, whether I get in this Tahoe or that Tahoe. If I have multitude of vehicles, which we do because we have to transition, I would say that the more variety we have, the less that our officers will be able to transition from vehicle to vehicle and be as safe as possible.
Thank you, Chief.
And I would like to add just one point of clarification, and I'm going down through the agenda. On this item number 12, we went to a buy board. Am I correct on this, Ryan?
It is similar to a buy board state of Texas contract.
So
Yes,
we
sir.
got the best price that we could get on this vehicle.
That's correct.
Which is the reason we used the buy board. However, on item number 13, we're dealing with passenger cars, and what staff is recommending here is that we go with Jim Bass Ford. Because Jim Bass Ford actually came in with a lower bid. than the other dealers that it was sent to. So item 13 is actually saying we did send out bids. Jim Bass Ford bid. Jim Bass Ford was cheaper, so you're recommending we go with Jim Bass Ford. On number 14, we also sent out bids to a Caldwell Chevrolet, and we also sent out boards to Mitchell Pontiac, GMC. We also sent out bids to the Jim Bass Ford, and the Chevrolet from Caldwell came in almost $8,000 a vehicle less than the closest one. So on this number 12, yes, it has gone to a buy board, but yet in item 13 and 14, we have sent out bids to our locals, including Jim Bass Ford, which you're recommending we approve, and also we sent them to Jim Bass Ford and Mitchell on the other one, and we'll make the recommendation is to Caldwell. So I like to stay local, and I think we need to stay local. But there's 3 items here to buy vehicles, and on 2 of them we did go local. We sent out bids, so it's not as if.
One of them.
Only one.
Yes, sir.
No, 13 and 14. On 13, it was sent out to Jim Bass Ford, and then 14, it was sent out to Jim Bass Ford and Mitchell Pontiac. So
Yes, sir.
Item 12 is a buy board buy, but item 13 and 14, there were bid packages sent out to locals. So am I correct on that?
Yes, sir, that's
I just wanted to make that point. It's not as if we're just ignoring our locals. On one, we went to a buy board, but the other 2, we did send bids to locals. So that's just kind of a clarification. Do I have any other further comments from council before we call on this vote? Or before I ask for a motion? Do I have anything else from the public? Any other comments before we move on?
Motion was made.
We made a,
Motion was made. Rodney made it. Who seconded it?
I made it.
Johnny made it.
Johnny made the motion.
Did anybody second it?
I did.
Okay.
On number 12.
On number 12. We do have a motion to approve, and we do have a second. Tommy, do you have something to say, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm probably the only one in here that's driven one of the Explorers when my Charger was down. When my Charger was down, and it's continually down. But the Explorer is on a short wheelbase. It's narrower, and it nearly beat me to death. I understand that the new Explorer is on a different wheelbase. It's more of a car frame instead of a truck frame, which the Tahoe is on a truck frame, and it's more durable, stronger, wider, longer, and it's just a better deal in my opinion.
Thank you, Tommy. Thank you. Okay, we do have a motion to approve. We do have a second. I've called for council comments. Last call. I've called for public comment. Last call. Calling for the vote. All in favor of replacing with the Tahoes according as it has been presented, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay?
Nay.
Okay, let's see a raise of hands for aye. We have a 4. Let's see the nays. We have 3. Motion passes 4-3. Number 13, consideration of awarding RVB VM1214 passenger cars to Jim Bass Ford, San Angelo, Texas, not to exceed $90,000, budgeted for purchase in FY15 for the purchase of 3 units, with the option to purchase 2 additional units, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute any necessary related documents. Mr. Kramer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is before you to discuss the request for bid for passenger vehicles. These vehicles are to be used within the police department as detective vehicles, not pursuit vehicles. The RFB was sent out to 7 vendors and published on our website and the San Angelo Times. 3 bids were received. 2 were local and 1 was non-local. Staff does recommend awarding RFB VM1214 passenger cars to Jim Bass Ford for a term of 1 year, not to exceed $90,000. This would be for 3 units budgeted and 2 possible units if unforeseen events occur. Additional purchases exceeding $90,000 will return to council for approval.
Do I have public comment on this item? This is awarding this bid to Jim Bass Ford for vehicles, and are they Focuses?
These are Ford Fusions.
Ford Fusions, okay. Do I have any comments from the council on this? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
Move to approve.
I'll take Johnny, and I'll take you as
Second.
a second. Elizabeth. Okay, we do have a motion to approve. We do have a second. No comment from council? Comment from public? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one. Number 14 is a consideration of awarding RFB VM 1314 1/2-ton pickups to Caldwell County Chevrolet, Caldwell, Texas, not to exceed $260,000, budgeted for purchase in FY15 for the purchase of 9 units with the option to purchase 2 additional units, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute any necessary related documents. Mr. Kramer.
Thank you, sir. This item is to consider approving the award for the request for bid for half-ton pickups to Caldwell Country Chevrolet, as the mayor stated. These vehicles are to be used within various departments across various funds, and these 9 vehicles are budgeted across those funds. The RFB was sent to 7 vendors and published on our website and the San Angelo Standard Times. 4 bids were received, 1 of which was local and 3 were out of town. We do recommend awarding RFB VM 1314 half-ton pickups to Caldwell Country Chevrolet for a term of 1 year, not to exceed $260,000, which would include 9 units that are budgeted, 2 more if unforeseen events happen. Additional purchases exceeding that $260 will return to council.
Council? Anyone want to start off on this one?
A question, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we understand, I think I do, historically, that the police department had made a decision several years ago to pursue Tahoes as a replacement vehicle. Okay, can you explain to me on this one what the methodology was between the major vehicle brands?
Sure. What I do in a standard application where we are looking for a certain vehicle or piece of equipment to fill a need is I evaluate what the job is that actually needs to be completed. I visit with the department that uses the equipment, and we together find the best fit for that need. And same with the police vehicles as well. We did have those discussions. And so based on those recommendations from both myself and the departments, we put together a list of specifications of things that we absolutely need the vehicle or piece of equipment to be equipped with. We publish those specifications, and based on the bids that are returned, we're able to choose, in most cases, based on pricing. Did I answer your question?
Well, I'm interested again in the Chevy versus Ford.
Sure.
Potential debate that we're going to hear from.
Yes, ma'am.
Representatives of Jim Bass.
In this case, the specifications, if I remember correctly, were broad enough. Both vehicles definitely fit our needs, the Ford or the Chevrolet in this case. And in this situation, the Caldwell Country Chevrolet did offer the best pricing for us.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ryan, would you address also as far as the best pricing and what we do for a local option with it as far as the 5%?
Sure, and I think that Roger Banks can speak to that very in depth if needed. However, I believe that we have a certain percentage that we can trump the bid that's there based on local preference. That percentage is actually 5%. And if the bid has been made that exceeds that 5%, then I believe that our hands are tied based on legal arrangements.
Interesting.
He's exactly correct. For any purchase under $500,000, there can be a variance of 5%, and then the city council has the option to award the bid if the bids are within 5% to a local vendor, provided that they also provide written justification for the economic benefit to San Angelo. In this case, the bid is not within 5%, so the written justification is not applicable. Anything else?
Charlotte?
I answered my own question. I was looking at all of the add-ons to each vehicle, to each bid. And I don't think there's a comparison between the Ford XL and the Silverado. I just think the Ford XL is a higher package than the Silverado. Can you address that for me?
Sure. Let me open my, so we can look at the same thing together. The vehicle that was specified by Caldwell Country Chevrolet was a vehicle that they priced with included power door locks and windows. Power windows were an option to add. Tilt steering wheel and cruise control, all of these things were spec'd as standard in their world on this vehicle. The Ford vehicle offered us these options as an add-on if we wanted to, which is exactly how we requested it originally. So in this direct comparison, we're looking at the Chevrolet product as having more options and the Ford having less as a standard priced vehicle. Now, both can be equipped with the exact same things. They just offered it to us in two different packages. That being said, the Chevrolet vehicle, while offering us the standard dollar amount with these included options, still came out cheaper than the Ford vehicle with those options added as well.
Thank you.
One of the things I was wondering about is we have extended warranties on these. Will our local Chevrolet house be servicing these?
Yes, sir. All American Chevrolet we've dealt with quite a bit, especially with the Tahoes that we are experiencing right now. Occasionally we'll have a recall, things like that. Again, we're not seeing a drastic amount of repairs needed on Tahoes, either under warranty or not, but occasionally recalls come out that we can't avoid, and any time that we've had a Chevrolet product that needed serviced, All American Chevrolet does a great job for us. So yes, the warranties would be honored by the Chevrolet dealer in town.
Just as a matter of clarification, we do have 5% that we can work with here. And the bids between the Ford and the Chevrolet were considerably more than the 5%.
Is it the 17% that I'm reading?
Yes.
That's correct.
I believe it's 7, Johnny.
What?
There was a 7% difference.
I'm looking at 17, Roger.
Got to go to page 2, 3, 4.
Well, give something different again.
This is the standard
Oh,
vehicle.
okay. You're right. Sorry, he's correct.
So the regular cab vehicle, that was the price difference, that's correct, 17% difference. The extended cab and the crew cab vehicles were all different percentages as well. So we evaluated this two different ways. We evaluated it as we do normally with the standard price plus all options added together. That's the way we normally evaluate the bid, as a total price. And we evaluated it based on the actual vehicles we would be buying, because the options that are listed there are not necessary options. We include those in our bid so that when we have an application that needs that option, we're able to pick it out and apply it to the vehicle. So not all vehicles get all those options. That is there for us to make sure that we have the correct vehicle. So we evaluated it both ways. In either case, I believe the last page of that bid tab shows you that direct comparison of how we are actually going to buy the vehicles, and that percentage is above 7%. That's the percentage Roger was mentioning.
And it's not like we're trying to stay away from local. I mean, by law, I mean, we're talking about taxpayer money. This is the route we have to take. Our hands are tied. We're just trying to save money here for the local taxpayer.
Right.
As much as I want to go with Jim Bass Ford, I mean, they are local. They do provide. Man, it kills me, but our hands are pretty much tied.
And I would say that Butch Strain at Jim Bass Ford is who I deal almost directly with. He does an outstanding job. He finds anything that we need to find. He helps me determine what some features are on vehicles as we look at specifications and determine the best need for the city. He does an outstanding job. The entire dealer does. They service our vehicles well. It by no means is an example of not wanting to do business with them. That's correct.
Charlotte?
I'm just having a hard time convincing myself that a Chevrolet is a better truck than the Ford truck. I can't go there.
What brand of vehicle do you drive, Miss Farmer?
I drive a Cadillac.
That's Ford.
Which is a
No,
General
that's
Motors.
It's GM.
General Motors.
But when it comes to the pickups in my family, it's Ford all the way.
I'm actually a Ford owner as well. I'm a big Ford guy. But
I drive a Ford.
I've got 6 of each.
So, but it comes down to buying local, and they're right, you know, the spread, you know, the dollar, but I'm just going to have to stay with local. And I have nothing against the police department versus the other guys getting new pickups. And that was another question. Where are these half-ton pickups going?
It's actually throughout the different, Road and Bridge, not Road and Bridge, but It's for multiple use.
Yes, sir. We have several departments. Yes, ma'am. We have several departments that are going to be using these vehicles. We have 2 vehicles go into our traffic operations department, 2 vehicles go into street and bridge, several vehicles go into water utilities, lake operations getting a vehicle, landfill operator getting a vehicle as well.
And I've got to say, I'm really impressed. The city is keeping up the vehicles. They're looking good out on the street, and they're appear to be well maintained, or virtually no problem, except one little vehicle that goes down the road like this. And it's foreign made, and I'd like to see us replace that one, but
I'd love to know which one that one is.
okay.
Roger, you still here? What if there's just a difference of 7% and 5%? What can we do as a council to go with 7% local as opposed to the 5%? How can we get around this?
I don't know how
Give me
you-
a back door.
Without going to jail.
If there was a back door, I'd already given you that option.
Because the first page I saw was 17%.
Right.
And then I pulled down and it was
It's
10 or
a ma-
12. And then it ends up at 7, and that's awful close.
It's, the main difference is the way that he prices out all of his options, as to how, for your true price comparison. But I don't have any leverage or there's no other options if it's over 5% for you to award a local bid. State law just doesn't provide for that. Actually, about 3 or 4 years ago, they increased it. It used to be 3%, and they increased it now to 5% a couple of years ago or so. So it has increased, but not close enough to get it to 7 yet.
Mayor, if you remember when I first came on, Roger worked with us to where he's doing some tallies as far as local goes to make sure we're comparing apples to apples, and that's why we have the 5% in there now.
And we also went to the request for proposal procedure to give you some options for local awards that we didn't have before through the straight bidding process. So we have done some things. This is just not one. The state allows you a whole lot of flexibility in making that award.
But
It's
I
still
have
based
to
on best.
add, why does a city vehicle need cruise control? I mean, that's an extra $192 per vehicle. When we're talking about a 2% difference here, why can't we look at some of these various power mirrors and cruise control, and I mean, all of that's extras that I don't see a need for in a city vehicle.
That would be something you had probably should be best addressed by the departments getting those and your fleet manager.
Well,
Get out, Roger.
Well, I wouldn't buy a vehicle without a cruise control on it.
But a city vehicle, I mean,
city
how,
vehicles are put on the road too. They have to go out of town. I wouldn't drive one out of town without a cruise control.
And please know that not all of the 9 vehicles that are considered for this purchase are getting those options. Now, this Chevrolet, if that's the way we're going to go, they're going to get power windows and locks because that's what they're giving us as standard. We won't have the option to delete to save money off of the Chevrolet. Now, again, cruise control is a good example. We don't buy cruise control for most applications, but there are some vehicles that those individuals do go out of town, and it is a very trying experience to drive a vehicle out of town without cruise control. And is at the minimal amount that's here, that is a great option for the individuals that do go out of town. Those that stay in town, there is no need for it. We don't buy it that way.
Well, these bids are there for the whole world to see, so either we go with Caldwell or we break state law. So that's our only 2 options, unless we just do
or
away
we
with
change some of the package.
Well, Charlotte, if you took the cruise controls out at $192 a vehicle, and we're talking 9 vehicles?
Talking 2% difference.
We're
here.
talking 9 vehicles at at $200.
Say 200, yeah.
That's 9 times 2 is $1,800, and our bid is $205 to $218. So we're still $16,000 off.
I just picked one item. There's several items that they could do without, in my opinion.
We can't start all over, right?
I think
Johnny, you actually have 2 choices. You can either award the bid or reject the bid if you want to change up the specifications, those kind of things. It's not a matter now of awarding it local. It's be a matter of rebidding it based upon specifications that were designed for the vehicles that we're trying to buy.
I would hate to throw out a competitive bidding process simply because it didn't yield the result that someone else wanted. I don't think that's good. I have great respect for Jim Bass Ford, and I believe as we continue through this process of purchasing vehicles, they'll become more successful just like they were in the last bid. They're homegrown and everybody loves that. But in the end, I also think there has to be integrity in the bidding process, and I think it's been very transparent thus far, and I don't want to see us start over. I would make a motion to approve the award of the RFP.
I'll second that.
Has been moved that we approve it as presented. That would mean we go to Caldwell Chevrolet. It has been seconded. Any other further comments on council before we vote? Any last comments from the public before we vote? Come up, Todd. Give you one last shot, buddy. We dealing with the salesman here.
I would love to comment. You know, some you win, some you lose. This specific bid, speaking on this specific bid, we made a mistake, and that's all there is to it. Actually, the vehicle should have been priced approximately $5,000 less for this overall bid, okay? So still, they would have been a little cheaper to have went with the Chevrolet product. Some you win, some you lose, and we make mistakes. And one of the reasons that most dealerships do not have a fleet department is because you can make a $100,000 mistake on 20 trucks in a hurry. You can truly make some serious mistakes in building vehicles improperly. We feel like it's our civic duty at Jim Bass to provide a fleet department to be able to help the city of San Angelo, our surrounding counties. We sell those Explorers to the county, you know, in several surrounding counties. So we feel like it's our civic duty to offer that. In the bidding processes, we're going to make mistakes occasionally. We'll eat the mistakes that we make. This one, somebody else won. I'm okay with giving it. I wasn't here to speak on this subject. All we want is the opportunity, and that's what we get from the city 90% of the time. And from the police department, we don't always get that, and that was the only comment that I really came to make. Thank you so much.
Todd, if I could give it to you for 7% and not go to jail, I'd vote for you. I'm going to call for the vote. Move that we approve this and the bids go to Caldwell Chevrolet. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
Nay.
Put a 6-1 on that one, please. Let's move on now to number 18, where I started a while ago. Number 18 is consideration and possible action for the approval of various changes to the civic events facilities policy. And Helica Pena, you are on, ma'am.
Mayor,
Good morning.
excuse me, is there any public here? Because there was another item that I thought was moved up that we have people in from out of town to speak on.
I don't know. If so, I've missed it. Is there? Let me ask the question. Is there? What else do we have here? We got civic events, and then we have Lisa. We have capital products. We have budget. We have Spillman Technologies. That's Tim. We have negotiated arrangements with utility service partners. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, I know we have several people from out of town and staff here. I just wondered if this was purely staff-driven and there weren't.
The only one that I can see that is not staff-driven is number 23.
Okay.
And if you want to pull that one forward, we can ask the council. I don't have a problem with it. If you've got people here for 23, do we have people here for 23?
Let's move it forward.
We do have people. Let's move that one, if
Okay.
it's all right with council. Let's move
I'm
23
sorry,
to the
Angelo,
front. Since
No,
we
it's
have-
fine.
I thought it was going to be moved up earlier. My
Okay, I'm
apologies.
sorry. Well, no, I don't mind moving this one up at all. Rodney, you okay with it?
Oh, I'm fine.
Marty, John, Charlotte,
You bet.
Don? Let's move number 23 up, and Helica will hit you in a minute. Number 23 is a discussion and possible action, including providing direction to city staff to negotiate any necessary agreements and contracts with utility service partners incorporated in North Central Texas Council of Government for the city to participate in a service line warranty program that would cover the citizen-owned portion of the primary water or sewer service line from the home to the utility connection. Presentation by Community and Housing Support Director, Mr. Robert Salas.
Good morning,
You
Mayor.
have the floor, sir.
Council. If you recall, in the November 18th meeting, Council discussed the merits of endorsing the National League of Cities Service Warranty Program, administered by the United Parcel Partners Incorporated, called USP. Several council members requested additional information for the program prior to making any type of a decision. This morning we have Ms. Bonnie Curitan from USP to provide a short presentation on the program and hopefully to answer your questions and concerns. So, Bonnie?
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
You have the floor.
Thank you. My name's Bonnie Curitan. I am the regional manager for Utility Service Partners, and I'm going to talk about our program. We've been around for about 10 years or so, and one of the things that we're most proud of is the fact that we have received the Better Business Bureau Torch Award, and it basically indicates that we have excellent customer service and very good transparency.
Speak in the microphone,
okay,
please,
thank
ma'am.
you, thank you. The award underscores that that we are exemplary record of customer service and transparency, and that has driven the partnership with National League of Cities. I also wanted to mention that we have a partnership with the North Central Texas Council of Governments that's been in place for a while. And one of the main issues that we address is the fact that the American Society of Civil Engineering has given infrastructure across the United States a rating of D+, which is very poor. And when I looked at the notes from the last meeting that you all had, someone mentioned that you all were looking at investing $100 million or something like that in your infrastructure for water as well. So I believe it's impacted your area as well. Overall, the EPA estimates that in the next 20 years, there's going to be $77 billion spent on the repair and the replacement of public water distribution systems, $10 billion on wastewater collection systems, and $22 billion for new sewer construction, $45 billion for controlling combined sewer overflows. Municipalities will spend $7 billion just to control municipal stormwater. More than 850 water main breaks occur each year across the country. And in fact, when we came in today, there was a staff member or someone here that had a water main break this morning in your area. So what the homeowners are challenged with, basically there's a lot of programs out there that cover the municipalities, the governmental entities, but there's a limited number that cover the homeowner challenges. And what we've done is we cover lateral lines that are subject to the same elements: ground shifting, fluctuating temperatures, tree root penetration, corrosion, and et cetera. And basically what we've seen is that these lines are out of sight and out of mind, and that water and sewer lines that are located outside the home are usually underground. Failed lines waste thousands of gallons of water and present an environmental hazard. And again, I referenced the last meeting you all had. Somebody had a 50,000 gallon water leak that they incurred, which is extremely expensive looking at what the water rates are. And not only expensive, but it also is a hazard to the environment. Many homeowners believe that the city is responsible for the maintenance of the water and sewer lines on their property, and that is not the truth. And that the repairs are going to be covered by their homeowners' policies, and that usually isn't the case either. So the city does not cover these lateral lines, nor do the homeowners' policy. So what's the solution? The solution, and that's actually what we're asking that you endorse here today, is that we're asking that you endorse the solution to the problem, because there's solutions out there for the municipalities, so we want to offer a solution for your homeowners and citizens. And basically want to offer a solution for when there's leaking, clogged lines, broken water and sewer lines, from the point where your utility connects to the home's exterior. And basically wherever that line breaks daylight, we will cover. So whether for water, it'll be wherever it interconnects with your water system, and for sewer, it's where it interconnects with the main. And what does our program cover? Basically, and most important, I believe, is the education component. I know that it was mentioned that people get mailers all the time on this subject. However, what we have found in the past is that the mailers go to certain demographics: people who can afford it, people who will read it. I mean, there's just different issues in terms of which companies mail to where. And so our business model has aligned with the cities. We want to truly become partners and co-brand with you because we feel, and we have seen, it's been demonstrated over time, that when you co-brand and the letter actually comes from the city, residents will read it. They will actually open it up, and therefore the information will be looked at, and therefore the educational process can occur at that point, versus just getting random letters in the mail, which again, I think someone in the last meeting said they get 5 or 6 and they just tear them up and put them in the trash. So our goal in partnering with you and providing your residents a solution is that the information gets read. And we're responsible for all of that. We handle all of the mailings, we handle all of the marketing, and we handle all of the calls. So what does the customer or the resident get? They get up to 4,000 coverage per incident, meaning that if they have multiple incidents in a year, we will cover that. So if we come out for a root intrusion and it reoccurs 6 months down the road, we'll cover it. So there's no limit in the number of times that we will go to a resident. There's also an additional allowance for public street and sidewalk cutting. For instance, if we have to go under the sidewalk or into the street, we have to cut, and there's an additional $4,000 allowed for that. There's no annual or lifetime limits, and there's no deductibles, no service fees, no forms, and no paperwork. So if you compare the products that are out there, ours is the easiest to use. And because we work with the cities and the municipalities, we're able to keep our costs very, very low. There's an economy of scale for people who actually buy this. So that's the goal. We're available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And we only use local licensed contractors, and we don't set prices. It's whatever they charge. What we do, we have a master plumber on staff that if for some reason it's beyond the scope of what a normal repair or clean out would be, then we have oversight. So that way we're able to keep the plumbers honest. They're not replacing things that don't need to be replaced, and there's a phone call and a very easy approval process. We may ask them to throw a camera in the line, for us to take a look, and then we work together to figure out what the best solution is. And for the contractors, we ask that they maintain licensing, certain amount of insurance, and that they're able to respond within a very quick time frame. So we ask that, and we have a list. So folks who call in, if they have a plumber that they prefer and they are on the list, they get to use that plumber. So there really isn't any endorsement of a specific plumber. They're all local, licensed, and as long as they meet our criteria, they can use whomever they choose, or we'll just assign one if they didn't have anybody in particular in mind. So we have very affordable rates and very liberal payment options. There are over 220 cities currently participating in the program. We've saved more than 60,000 homeowners about $45 million in service line repair costs. Again, we are Better Business Bureau A+ rated, and we've exceeded our customer satisfaction of 95% for the last 10 years. And I believe in your last council meeting, one of your residents actually did some vetting on us. And from what I heard, she only had wonderful things to say. And I'm proud to stand up here and represent the company. We also conduct surveys of folks who come on, so we have some testimonials that I'll share with you in a moment. And our goal is to approve claims. We do everything we can to approve claims. We do not have a pre-existing condition any longer. We've learned over the years. So there's really no pre-existing condition in the contract. If the line is in working order when you sign up, then we will cover it. If for some reason somebody's gone out and broken it, or it's obviously not functional, then that's a different issue. But we try our best to cover claims, and we've removed the pre-existing condition that was referenced before. Okay, these are the partners that we have. We have 220 partners in over 32 states. These are some of the testimonials. Atlanta was referenced as well. There's also a royalty payment that comes with the program. The royalty payment is 50 cents per line per customer per month. And we can get into that a little bit more. These are homeowner testimonials from Abilene, Texas. I'll just read it for you. As a homeowner, it gives me a relief from the expense. Great program. Thanks for offering it to those that choose to enroll. I like this program. And again, it's not a mandatory program. We're just offering a solution. And because the city endorses it, we get a better response rate. However, the customer always has the option. It's strictly voluntary. This person from Louisville, Texas said, I have to say, I was really surprised how everybody involved with this was above and beyond. I could not be any happier. Thank you so much and keep up the good work. I wish everything could be this hassle-free. From Midland, Texas, a good program, would recommend it to everyone. Odessa, Texas, this is such a great service. One would be crazy not to pay for such a great warranty. It was very affordable. I never thought I would need this, but I'm sure glad I did. Being recently retired, I think that this warranty is well worth the money. Thanks. And in the slide before, there was a testimonial from Atlanta. The royalty payments, different municipalities or cities do different things with it. Atlanta chose to set it aside for people who couldn't afford it, or people who had water breaks that couldn't afford it, so that it helps them out. All right, that program highlights currently. In the surrounding cities, there's more than 1,500 combined claims that were completed by licensed local area contractors, and those were just in the city of Odessa, Midland, and Abilene. So far, in this, we've paid out more than $795,000 in repairs in just those 3 cities alone. Statewide, we have 28 total partners. We have more than 6,500 residents that are served by the program, and the program has paid out more than $2.6 million in repairs across the state of Texas. So it's an excellent opportunity for the residents. It's an opportunity for us to work together to educate them on their responsibilities, and then it's up to them totally whether they choose to take the service or not. It's because of the way that we do business that we're able to keep our rates very low. Our water service lines program is $5.75 a month to insure the water, and it's $7.75 a month to insure the sewer.
Is there any discount for the two together, or is it just adding those two costs?
It's just adding those two costs. And if you look at it on an annualized basis, the total cost is $152 for both services for a year. And if anybody has had to call out a plumber to do anything, I mean, it pays for itself with one service call.
Question.
Any questions?
Yes, I have.
Mhm.
Call those, the amounts out again, $575 for the water, and how much for the sewer?
$7.75 a month for the sewer. And we run the campaigns separately because our experience has shown that when you run them separately, people understand it doesn't cause confusion. So what we do is we'll have a spring campaign for the sewer and a fall campaign for the water. And the people anybody can choose both at any time, or they can choose one or the other. It's just, it seems to limit the confusion on what they're actually getting when we run them separately.
Is that what your brochure is talking about when it says, you mentioned liberal option, payment options, but the per product, so these are the two products you're talking about?
Yes.
And say I sign up for 12, is it a 12-month contract, or am I able to, how do I?
It's a 12-month commitment.
Right.
I mean, it's a 12-month contract. However, you can stop at any point in time, and any of the unused fees that you've paid will be refunded back to you to the point that you terminate the contract.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And we will service, go ahead. Sorry, Blake has it.
If I may interject as well. Blake Stogner with Utility Service Partners. I'm the inside support manager for the program. And in addition to the yearly basis, you can also pay on a monthly basis, and you can cancel at any time. So everything goes from month to month. Or if you do choose to pay annually, there is a minor discount the resident can take advantage of, because we're not having to send a bill out each month, so that savings is passed on to the customer. And one quick clarification, it's $7.75 for the sewer, $5.75 for the water. We had those transposed there.
Oops, sorry.
So what is a minor discount?
Let's see, I believe it discounts at about $5 total. So on the sewer side, I believe $7.75 a month or $88 annually. On the water side, you're looking at $5.75 a month or $64 annually.
He was asking what's the discount they pay in full for the year?
Yeah, I'm sorry, so it's about a $5 discount if they choose to pay
On
annually.
each
Right,
product?
correct. Now, we don't do a combined discount because we don't want to discourage those that just want one product or the other. So we're not playing favorites there, but obviously if they choose to pay annually, they can take advantage of that discount.
Charlotte?
Number one, I agree that the program should be made available and people should be aware of it, and if they can afford it, they certainly should have this insurance, just like a home warranty insurance. It's worthwhile. But in reading, and I wanted to commend you in reading your warranty items, you go so far as to include shrubbery, lawn damage, replacement that is in there, sidewalk that is damaged, it's in there, you include that. And any type pavement that, you include that. And a lot of our alleys in the south part of San Angelo are paved, so if it goes out. But the one thing that I've got a problem with, it says outside water line that runs from the point of the utility connection or responsibility to the foundation of the home. And then the sewer line says the same thing, that runs from the foundation to the main line. What about water lines, sewer lines that are in the foundation? Now this says from the foundation, so that makes me believe that the wording says, well, if we have to jackhammer out part of the foundation, it's not included. And to me, that's not clear, so I would like to ask you to address that.
Absolutely, and great question, and thank you. And just to clarify, on the water side, that typically goes from the water meter to the point that pipe actually daylights into the home, so through the foundation. So we actually cover that pipe till it daylights into the home. So if there's jackhammering that has to occur in the foundation before it daylights into the home, we do cover that. And the same with the sewer line as well. From the point it daylights into the home to the sewer main or the end of the homeowner's responsibility.
But that's really not what it says, so it just says to the foundation.
And we can look at that to further possibly clarify in our terms and conditions, but that is our general practice.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Clarify this.
Yes, sir.
The water line ends at the foundation, and then it goes into the house. You're going to repair from where it starts at the foundation. You're not going to cut out that footing that it goes under to go into the house. You're going to stop right at the edge of the house. You're not going into the concrete.
If needed, we will go into the concrete.
But then it would be leaking inside the house if it's in the concrete, and you've specifically said you do not warranty anything inside the house.
No, to the point it daylights inside the home. So let's say, here's your concrete. Your pipe goes inside the concrete and then up into the house. To the point it breaks daylight into the house, we cover from that point all the way to the meter. Does that make sense?
No, sir.
Well, let me
I don't
see
understand that.
Okay, let me see
Because
if
I can't understand you digging through a 24-inch footing where the water goes into and up into the house. I can understand you going to the footing, but I can't understand you digging to go into the house. You're going to have to go through walls.
Well, in talking with our master plumber, if it's a water line leak, what I hear you saying is it's so expensive and it would be destructive to dig up the foundation for a water line leak. What he has told us is that we will replumb the entire house because that's more cost effective than exactly what you're talking about, digging up the foundation. So our solution and the recommendation from the plumber would more than likely be replumb the whole house versus digging up the foundation.
But to replumb the house that's in concrete, you're going to have to dig up the foundation.
That's strictly for water. That's strictly for water.
But the water on a concrete slab is inside the slab. And if you get a break on the inside of the house, you have to jackhammer out that.
No. What they do now, Dwayne, is they go up in the wall with pegs, go through the attic space and drop down into there.
Yeah, that's what they do.
So you will go into the house. You're saying that if you're paid $70-something a year and there's a leak on the inside of the house, you will take care of it.
Before
In the line.
Before it breaks the daylight, is what he's saying.
Correct.
So it's only going to be
Before
a
it-
very short span. I mean,
In managing-
it could be long.
In managing a lot
typically
of
it's-
properties and where the water lines run in the foundation, it's not been inside the house, it has actually been in the foundation, the line that's in the foundation. We have a lot of shifting soils out here, and there's a shift in the soil, and it breaks that line in the foundation. I've had to come in and jackhammer a portion. When they spot it, jackhammer it out, and I just wanted to make sure that, it doesn't stop at the foundation, but you're talking
To the point it daylights in the
When it
home. So through
daylights
the
out,
foundation to
so-
the point it daylights, correct. And we have had to jackhammer in the past,
Yeah.
and when other Texas communities as well.
Question.
Go ahead, Johnny.
What about, you mentioned royalties, you mentioned, what do you do about a customer that signs up and has a pre-existing line that's messed up? I mean, do you cover that right away, or how do you go out and, you certainly don't go out and inspect 33,000 residences.
Correct. Exactly.
So if I sign up and I know I've got a bad sewer line, and I say, hey, I've got a bad sewer line, replace it, is that the way it works, or doesn't?
And there is one question that is asked when you sign up for the program, or if you sign up via the mail. There is one statement that you certify that your line is in working order. So there is, if it's for the sewer line, your sewer is current. When you flush the toilets, they're working. Your lines are currently working. Now, you may have had an issue with root infiltration in the past, or issues in the past, but as long as it is currently working when you sign up, that is not a pre-existing condition, and we will cover it.
So other than using our city logo and its letterhead, what is the cost to us, to the city?
Absolutely nothing. As a matter of fact, the message comes from the city because it is a message from the city with our letters. Obviously, it's a letter from the city saying, hey, this is your responsibility, and here's an optional program that's now available to you. And obviously, this develops certain economies of scale, but most importantly, it allows people to understand what their responsibility is and gives them an option for this type of coverage. Now, so there's no cost to the city as far as anything you would pay us. Obviously, it goes the opposite direction. Obviously, for each enrollment, you're looking at about $6 per enrolled product per year going back to the city to put towards whatever program you like or infrastructure improvements. That's completely up to you. But I mean, there's minimal staff time at the very beginning just to communicate our onboarding process to let you know how it works. There's an approval process that we have to have an official from the city approve the letter because we want to make sure you're happy with the message that's going to your residents, because obviously it has a signature and a logo on there. So we want to make sure everything's above board and completely approved.
I have a question I want to ask first because we're going back to where I was. But I'm reading from what you're saying here. The external water warranty covers the underground service line from the point of connection to the city main to the water meter. It also covers the underground service line between the water meter and the exterior foundation of the home. That means the edge of the home. That does not mean 2 foot inside. It means to the exterior foundation. That's what you say. And then on the city, on the sewer, it says the external sewer line warranty covers the underground service line from the point of connection to the city main line to the point of entry into the home. Exterior foundation. So what you're saying and what you're writing are two different things.
And in order to further clarify that, in our agreement with the city, we further specify that. And if I may, I'll just quote from here. So on the external sewer line warranty, we say the scope is from the city main tap until line daylights inside the home, of which includes the service line underneath the concrete floor.
Where are you reading this?
This is actually the marketing agreement. If the city does decide to move forward, we do have a marketing agreement that the city would execute.
So your marketing agreement is different than what you're giving us here in your, and this is let me get, NLC Service Line Warranty Program, facts, program description, background, And that's what I'm given right here to make my decision on. But you're saying that actually the contract says something completely different from what you're saying here?
And, yeah, it is a further clarification because we do cover that period where it goes inside the home to the point it daylights.
So when you're saying here the meter to the exterior foundation of the home, that doesn't mean anything.
And I apologize, we need to correct that information.
I have questions
Oh,
also.
Marty? Yeah, I'll get to you, Don.
I guess I have a question based upon items 11, 12, 13, 14. I got a question for Roger. If we move forward with a program such as this, do we have to put it out for bids?
Since we're not expending any city funds, my first impression would be no, that we're not spending anything on this program. I could do some more research on that, I feel like, but unless Ms. Bulling's aware of something, I would say my first answer would be no. We wouldn't have to.
All right, thank you.
Don?
Councilman, just remember that the COG actually went through an RFQ process, so companies like this were able to compete, and this company won, so they were vetted.
Okay,
That's
thank
the
you.
North Central Texas Council of Governments, is that correct?
That is correct, and that's what we would piggyback off of that RFQ, and we'd have to have an agreement with them as well.
Okay.
So that alleviates us from having to do an RFQ.
Thank you.
But is the city a member of that COG? We would have to probably do an interlocal to become a member, because I don't believe we're a member at this time.
I'll have to check that. I'm not sure, but I know it's allowed. I know it's allowed. Other cities do it. Abilene did it.
I think she's right, though. I think that's how the other cities have participated, but the big vetting went through the NTC COG.
That's correct. But Midland, Odessa, they went through that the RFQ at the COG.
Don?
Okay. I have a couple of 3 questions here. How will the payment be made to the city?
And the payment is made on an annual basis, 30 days after the end of the calendar year. So throughout the year, let's say the city decided to participate in the program, just to make sure there's absolute transparency, the city would have a portal to access the number of claims, the number of enrollments from your residents, and also a report so you can see your accrued royalties from month to month. And then at the end of each calendar year, we take those accrued royalties and write a check back to the city.
So it would be involved with our regular audit, just like all other income for the city?
We would treat it as another income source, yes.
Okay. I have a plumber that I've trusted for 30 years. He's always treated me right. I want to use him. He's not on your list, so I wouldn't be able to in this particular instance.
If he was not on our list, you would not be able to use him because obviously with one of the benefits of the program is oversight. And if you just have any plumber going in there to make repairs, we would need to, obviously have some oversight to see, hey, to make sure he's making the correct repair. Now, if you did have a preferred plumber, we would encourage him to reach out to us, and also part of our onboarding process is we'll reach out to the city to see if the city has a list of contractors that are registered within the city limits, and we start our vetting process with those plumbers first, because one of our main aims is to use local contractors, because that money would then go back into the local economy. Okay. And plus, if you have somebody you've been working with for years, we'd like to provide a good service and use that plumber for you.
Okay, good deal. Here you specifically say tied to our main. We have quite a few areas, or some areas within the city that don't have sewer service. Do you have anything that's offered to those type of?
Unfortunately, as far as a septic product, we don't have something available at this point in time. Really, with our business model here, we've tried to find a product that's a one-size-fits-most approach. And so if somebody has a septic system, unfortunately, we don't have a product that they could use for their line to their septic system. But as long as they're using city water, we would have a product available for them.
Okay, so if you're using city water within the ETJ, not within the city limits, mm-hmm. this service would be offered to those people also?
Yeah, if you say within the city limits?
No, not within
the city limits.
Within the extraterritorial jurisdiction, they have our water system, mm-hmm. but they're not within our city limits.
Gotcha. And typically, what we'll do is actually mail to the residents within the city limits. Now, if there's an extra area in an unincorporated area or in the ETJ, if the city could furnish those names and addresses, we'd be more than happy to mail that to them as well. But
So you basically operate off the bills from the water department for your mailing system?
there's actually two different options. Our most common approach is to use our source for the names and addresses for your community. So what we actually do is use a computer program to overlay the zip +4 of the zip code plus the 4-digit extension of the city boundaries. I mean, we take all of the zip +4 zip codes within the city limits. So we overlay a zip +4 map with the city boundaries. We're able to extrapolate the zip +4s, and then we actually purchase the names and addresses from an information aggregator, a company called Info USA. And that will then go through various filters to remove folks that are on a national do not solicit list, and then go through a change of address and also verify those are actual valid addresses. Now, the other option is for a city to actually provide the names and addresses for their utilities if they prefer to use that. Option A is preferred a lot of times just to keep the separation of church and state and not to provide information that a citizen may not be happy about. Right. Now, but that's completely up to the city.
And this is for single-family residents?
Correct.
Only?
Yes.
Duplexes, patio homes, those sort of things are also counted as single-family residents?
As long as they have their own service line, and if they have a service line that goes and services their direct home instead of the entire building, we can definitely take care of that as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm
Rodney?
finished.
Mine's more of comments. Well, I guess kind of question also. How long have y'all been with Abilene, Midland, and Odessa?
I believe all three of those came on board with the program, I believe, in late 2011.
Okay.
And have been.
So you do have a track record set with them?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And have they re-upped their contract, or how long is the contract for?
And the contract is originally for 3 years, and then it automatically renews each year after that unless the city decides to cancel.
Okay.
And their contracts are very similar, an evergreen type of contract, if you will. And their contracts are still active, and they are still actively participating in the program.
Okay. My second part of what I want to say is more of a statement in that we have to remember this is allowing our residents to purchase this on their own. We're not forcing them to purchase this. So we're actually giving them a service that they can decide whether to do it or not do it, I believe. I'm a big believer in home warranties. I'm a realtor, and I almost put a home warranty on every single property that I sell. And I do that for worst case scenario. Worst case scenario to me is always the best thing to plan for. And so I'm totally in favor of this, and especially when we have our sister cities that already have been doing this for 3 years. I really don't think there's a downside on this.
Further comment from council?
I can say that when I was first introduced to the program, I spoke with the city manager's office in Abilene, and they were very complimentary. So I think their experience was and has been very positive. I've been a supporter since the beginning. I just haven't been able to maybe articulate as well as you did today the benefits. I think it's important, though, because whether it's someone in a wealthy, older neighborhood or someone in just a simply older neighborhood, we all have our economic challenges. And to have, as Rodney said, an opportunity to purchase this without any requirement to do so, I think is very important. I live in a house that's built in 1930. My service line is long. It's a small house on a big lot. This is interesting to me, and I think it would be to others.
Johnny?
I was just going to add that since you're using our letterhead and logo, have you guys ever run into any legal problems? I mean, city versus a citizen, or any negative?
No, as a matter of fact, also the agreement that we, if the city does decide to move forward, the marketing agreement that I referenced earlier does indemnify the city. So if there was a resident that was not happy about something, obviously they would probably let you know about it, and I would probably be the first call you made. But we do everything we can to just satisfy our customers, and so you don't have those calls coming to the city, because at the end of the day, we're an NLC branded program, and we have over actually about 229 cities across the nation participating. So if you get a bad phone call, then our partnership is on the line. And then if the city's not happy with the program, then also the NLC wouldn't be happy with the program. And so we would have a lot to lose. That's why we have to continue to strive.
So the contract with the city is 3 years. The contract with the citizen is 12 months.
And it's actually month to month. So,
month to month.
Right.
Okay, and then, but really the bottom line is, once I receive that letter as a taxpayer, as a citizen, it's my option.
Absolutely.
I take it or I leave it, and that's all we're doing here.
Exactly. And that's one great thing about the program is we will not ever make this mandatory, and this has been asked by several cities in the past. They say, well, hey, why can't we just raise our rates a little bit and make everybody do it? That's just not the way we work, and we want this to be an option for the resident, and so by passing this, you're giving the resident an option, and it's spelled out clearly in the letter that they would receive too, that hey, this is optional. It's at your own participation there.
Okay. One further question.
Absolutely.
You want the city to give you a copy of our city seal and our city logo. You want us to give you a copy of our city letterhead, our stationery, solicitation letterhead.
And just to clarify, the city logo and typically a signature from some city official, whoever you designate it to be from. But we put it on our standard template for the program, and that would go to whoever our contact would be for the city's approval before anything would be mailed to your residence.
You want a copy of our letterhead. You want a copy of our logo. You want a return address that goes back to the city. You want someone in the city to sign this solicitation notice, and you want us to sell you the appropriate zip codes of the city to allow USP to purchase a mailing list of the residents.
No.
That's what it says.
I can clarify. I'll take each of those one by one if I can.
Do you want a logo?
Yes.
Do you want a city letterhead?
No. That would go on our standard, on
it
our
says
letterhead.
a solicitation letterhead.
Yeah, so we would actually create a custom letterhead. So it would have your logo. It would say the city of San Angelo at the top, and then it would have the body of the letter.
You want the city's return address for the envelope.
And that would be for the outside of the envelope. Typically, most cities choose to have the address for City Hall or Public Works. And now, the city should not receive any return mail due to the type of postage that we send out. But since this is a message coming from the city to let them know about the program, that's why we want the message consistent.
And you want a name and title and a signature from someone in the city, someone in staff, in management of the city, that endorses what you're doing here.
And that would be the signer of the letter. So that awareness letter that's going out, they would be the author of the letter, if you will. So obviously that letter was saying, hey, we want to make you aware of this. Also, here's an optional program. And that would be the signer of the letter.
And you want a mailing list of the residents of the city of San Angelo.
That is completely optional. We can go through our normal process where we actually obtain the entire mailing list on our side using that ZIP+4 process that we put together. Or if the city prefers, we can use a mailing list if you prefer to provide one to
I'm
us.
just reading under the heading, what are the city's responsibilities? And
Gotcha.
that is number 4.
Gotcha.
Ms. Bowling, one word. Is this smart for the city to provide logo, letterhead, solicitation from management, a list of mailing addresses in our city, and a signature from a city employee? Is this wise for the city to take on this responsibility and this liability for a company that is totally and completely not associated with our city? Yes or no?
It's not illegal. The contract.
Yes or no? Is this wise for the city to take this on?
A legal question, so I can tell
That's why
you
we're
that
here.
it can be legally accomplished through an appropriate document that protects the city, has the provider indemnify the city, and in which we wouldn't waive our governmental immunity in carrying this out. But as far as the policy and whether it's wise, there's certainly concerns because the city is lending its name, and the city will be on the front line for complaints and excuses.
Yes or no? Is it wise for the city to do this?
I'll say yes.
Okay, because that's not what you said last time.
Well, I didn't have the benefit of the specific presentation.
Okay.
But three of our sister cities have already done this. That's what I go back to. They've already vetted it for us, and it hasn't it's not like they just did it. It's been 3 years. So I move that we accept this proposal as presented.
Second.
Do have a motion to accept as presented, and second. John, did you have another comment,
I was
sir?
going to say, and I'm sure somebody, the mayor or the city manager or somebody with the city manager's office is going to approve the letter, the body of the letter that you guys put together anyway.
Right, and that is mandatory that happens before any awareness campaigns start. The city must approve the letter, provide the logo, and you see the final draft before anything would go out
And
to your
typically,
residents.
whose signature goes on the letter?
It varies. In many cases, it's the mayor. Other times, it's the city manager or even the public works director.
This time it will be the city manager.
Understood.
Or Ricky Dixon. He's not here.
Before we go any further, who made the motion?
I did.
Rodney?
I did.
Okay, so we're voting to accept this idea and go out, request for a proposal.
No. They've already gone through that process.
We're not expending any money, any city
I think
money.
the question might be, though, I don't know how we want to use the royalty, and that's certainly
I think that's an
open for
internal thing for us, because we're probably only talking about $6,000 to $10,000. If I'm doing my numbers right off of some comparable cities, $6,000 to $10,000 a year that we would get back, which in my opinion, we would talk about doing that for needy people that have water bills and things like that. I think that you'd put it back into the system.
Even if we had the whole city participate, as far as each residential customer, we're looking at about $165,000.
Yeah,
but
we won't
it's
do
not going to be that
No.
significant, So, and again, it just really depends on the percentage of participation. What's been the average for y'all?
And typically, after about 3 to 5 years in the program, you can expect probably around 20 to 25% of your residents actually enrolled.
That's a lot.
And
That's a big, big benefit.
and that's because it's completely optional.
And I don't have a problem with you offering this.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with you sending it to everybody in San Angelo, and I don't have a problem with everybody accepting it. I have the problem with the city endorsing this with our letterhead, our logo, and our signature that we endorse you and we're backing you, because that's not what cities do. That is not health,
But
safety.
it is what cities do. It's what other cities are doing, so we can let
In my
it.
opinion, it's not what cities.
I understand
The
it's-
charter does not give us this authority.
Well, the
to
charter
choose
doesn't
different-
specifically give all sorts of authorities, but it is within the law. It is
Charter
with.
does not allow this, so I'm opposed to it. But I'm
You
just
want
one
me to
vote.
give you a
Let's
list of
just-
the other things the charter
Let's just have a
does?
vote.
Let's
Well,
have a vote. Do
Are
I
we
have
done
any-
with-
do I
we
have
done with
public comment? Let's take public
Yeah,
comment and then we'll
public-
vote.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Craig, you're first. Then Turner.
I wouldn't want anybody to do anything that would besmirch the seal of the city of San Angelo. However, as nearly as I can understand it, that seal is given to endorse people that we see are legitimate to solicit on the streets of San Angelo. It's right there. It says you don't endorse them over and against somebody else, but you give them the right that says the city says this guy will use the money that you give him for good purposes. And so I don't see that as a problem, but I'll tell you one of the upsides of it, because I'm fabulously wealthy, and you know, because of the way I dress and the cars I drive, that I'm frugal, and I'm going to buy into this immediately because I have an old house, and my toilet's still flush, but they can stop at any time, And, you know, $12.50 a month or whatever it comes to is very good. But my greatest concern is because there is nothing comparable this available to the people who need it most. The water lines, I think that's a good deal. But the sewer in the older parts and the low-income areas of our town, when they go, I have been through working through W2OS and the city programs and canvassing these neighborhoods. I've been in houses where people whose sewers back up into the bathtubs when they use it go to the bathrooms in their next door neighbor's house, and because there's not a way in the world that they're going to come up with $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 to do this, that they can ever get that fixed unless they find somebody like neighborhood services to provide something for them. And that money is diminishing at a great rate because of the block grant monies that are not coming in from the feds. One of the ways that this is going to maybe not save the city money, but enhance what they're able to do, is because that money that is assigned and you put into the budget every year for emergency repairs can go as an addition to the basic cap that they have to do many, many more of these sorts of things. $12 a month is a big, big deal for a lot of these people, but it's nowhere near what it amounts to the pain and the health issues of having sewage back up in their yards, under their houses, and in their bathtubs. And for those people who cannot possibly absorb the cost of a single repair and are going to live with that sort of circumstance, this is absolutely a marvelous thing. And for what Bob Salas does with his monies, that can stretch so much further if you're only taking to using that for what's above the basic cost that they're willing to cover in this insurance. I think this city needs it desperately. I need it. I can afford, you know, I don't want to, but I can afford to fix my sewer. But, you know, I got a deal from the SAISD, and people just do not realize this, but they have a census of all the children in their schools that qualify for free lunch. And we may not understand this, but there's only 39% of the kids in SISD who do not qualify as low income. And I mean, this is a godsend. And, you know, I say that because I'm a preacher because it sounds good, but, you know, it is. It really is. I hope you vote for it.
Thank you, Craig. Turner?
Yes, my name is Jim Turner still. Always probably will be. And I think that the concept of this program is a good idea. I don't think it's the only one out there like it. There are others that I've seen, but it's available in the area and everything. The concern that we have as a city that you should have, there's two things. One is you have to make sure that no matter what gets put out, it is very clear that this is the city saying this is a good idea, not that it's mandatory or even that it's the only way to do this, because there are going to be other ways of dealing with these, and that probably needs to be part of the mailing, even if it's not emphasized. It needs to be clear that this isn't the only way to deal with these sewer and other service line issues. Before the agreement is finalized, I think the city philosophically needs to make sure how they're targeting any revenue they get from this and using that to help others that didn't get into the program soon enough or whatever, can't afford it. Having as part of that emergency repair fund targeted is probably the way to do it if you do it. The last thing, it needs a lot of intensive legal review, because if you're not careful, the city can actually lose its immunity because they're engaging in commercial activity. It needs to be very clear, it needs to be thoroughly reviewed that the city is not doing any commercial service, not offering this, and that needs to be clear to the casual observer, the normal ordinary reasonable person, that the city says this is a good idea, but it's your choice, and you don't even have to go with this company if you can get a better offer through your regular insurance or whatever. There are options out there. This is just one of them that the city thinks would meet a need of a lot of people, if that's what you do. But it needs a lot of intensive review to make sure that the words say what the city actually means. And that needs to be right. It even needs to be clarified where it ends, whether it's at the foundation, where it breaks daylight, whatever. It needs to be something that is clear to the people. This is where it starts, this is where it ends, and this is the only involvement the city has. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Any further public comment on this? State your name, please, and you've got 3 to 5 to comment.
Good morning. I guess it is still morning. Mary Casper. I have a couple of questions that they did not address. The $575 per month water, $775 sewer. Does that include the 50-cent kickback royalty?
Yes, that does.
Okay. How much are you paying the city for the use of their logo?
Just the royalty.
There is going to be no upfront money like was given to San Diego at amount of $242,000?
Yeah, this
Come in.
is,
Or Sanford, Florida for $10,000?
And, yeah, as a matter of fact, the amount you're talking about are...
Speak in the microphone,
microphone,
please.
please.
I'm sorry. The amount she's referring to with some of our larger cities, which we kind of break down the size of our cities into tiers. With larger cities, we're able to develop a larger economy of scale because we have access to more residents. So with cities over, I believe it's around 100,000 households, we actually provide an upfront royalty to them as well. Of those included would be, San Diego. Actually, Midland and Odessa were large enough for that cap as well, so they did get an upfront royalty.
Did you say Odessa and Midland, you did pay them up front for their logo?
Yes.
And their stationery and their signature and their mailing list?
They did get an upfront royalty due to the size of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
The other question I have is, is there any state agency that overlooks your rates?
Sorry, I better stay up here. Yes, actually, our rates have to be approved by the Texas Real Estate Commission. That's who we, I guess, are regulated by in the state of Texas.
So your rates do go through them,
Yes,
even though because you're a home improvement company?
Yes, I believe we're considered a home warranty company in Texas, but yeah, it does go through the Texas Real Estate Commission.
For clarification, this does, if it is a rental property, the landlord would be responsible for it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is the warranty transferable at all?
No, ma'am.
If
I'm sorry.
somebody decides to drop out of the program, what happens to the money that they've paid in?
If somebody, let's say you sell your house,
Mhm.
or if there's a transfer of ownership of the home, that owner would cancel their service. If they paid annually, they would get a prorated refund. If they paid monthly, they would just, obviously they wouldn't pay for the next month, but they would not get a proration on that month. But
And they would not get any money back that they had spent for the warranty? Is the warranty transferable to the new owner?
No, what the current owner would do is cancel their warranty. If they, like I said, if they paid annually, they would get a prorated refund. If they paid monthly, they would just let the rest of that month expire, and the new owner would purchase the warranty. That way, it stays with the homeowner.
Okay. But it doesn't go to another piece of property if the original homeowner moves?
No, it would be a separate enrollment.
And they lose whatever money they put in? If they lived in the house for 10 years and paid $12 a month for whatever it comes out to for 10 years, so they're out that amount of money, correct?
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's basically term insurance, correct?
you could consider something
Okay.
like that, kind of
All
like
right.
how you're.
Not term, that's just insurance.
Yeah, similar
Well-
to how you have
Not
car
term.
insurance.
Yeah, it's like car
One-
insurance, but you know, you do
that's
go
what you
ahead
get.
and take
You're
it
betting-
from
you're
one.
hedging against
You get
the
it from one
accident.
car to another. This does not go from one house to another, which some people may very well think is going to happen.
I think I disagree with that one, but.
Anything
You
further,
don't-
Ms. Casper?
Nope, that's it. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
I do have another question. Yes, sir. How much did you pay Odessa, and how much did you pay Midland? And are you still giving them the 50 cents per enrollment?
They are still getting a royalty. The upfront royalty was a fixed amount that was provided over 3 years. I don't have the exact numbers on me, but I could find that for you, and I could even provide a copy of their contract if you like.
Could you give me a ballpark?
Let's see. And forgive me, I don't want to speak out of turn.
10,000?
I don't. I would say
20,000? 30,000? 40,000? Give me a ballpark.
I don't know, maybe 20,000. Again, I apologize. I don't know off the top of my head, but I can get that information for you.
Marty, you had a question,
Yeah.
then we'll go to Elizabeth.
We send out y'all will send out the notices, give the homeowners the possibility of buying into the program or not. If they decide, can they buy in 7 months if they change their mind? I mean, this won't be a one-time deal, right?
Absolutely. And as a matter of fact, the way the program works is through 2 mailing campaigns a year. We do one in the spring and one in the fall. The first one we start with just offering the sewer product in the letter. However, the letter also states that you can call via our 800 number or go online. And from the first campaign, from the start of the first campaign, they're allowed to sign up for both or either products beginning at that time. And so even in between campaigns or if they decide 9-10 months from now they'd like to sign up, all they'd have to do is call our 800 number or visit our website, and they could join into the program.
Okay, thank you.
And one last clarification on those mailing campaigns, we separate, we do 2 a year because we do a separate one for the sewer, a separate one for the water, just to make sure there's no confusion for the residents.
Elizabeth?
Well, I'm not really into the royalty, and I think we've seen that in the last 6 months here. I don't care about the royalty. I'm not sure the royalty is necessary or if we should just reduce the rate that we charge our customers. But I don't want that to kill the idea of the project. So I would prefer that we let staff make a recommendation on that at another time and we vote on this issue now in concept.
Did Abilene get an upfront payment as well?
Let's see. I believe Abilene chose not to take the royalty.
But that was offered to them?
Yes.
So Abilene was offered a royalty, Odessa was offered to accept the royalty, Midland was offered to accept it, and St. Angelo's not even offered.
Well, actually, I don't believe Abilene was offered an upfront royalty, just the standard royalty.
Do we want to be offered, or can we just
No,
be
I don't
better
like it.
than that?
I don't like any part of this. I don't like any part of the city getting into personal business, and I don't like this kickback to the city. I don't like any part of this. Not one word of it do I like.
Could you restate the motion?
He had another question.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to let you know, that is an option available, just like Abilene, that you can waive the royalty. And if you decided to waive the royalty, we would just discount the premiums 50 cents per month per product.
Who made the motion?
I did.
Rodney.
If you would consider amending your motion to maybe direct how you would like to see a royalty, if any, spent, whether that be to help individuals with emergency repairs.
That's what I was saying. I want it to be for any water or sewer related repairs for low income.
Would you consider amending your motion? And
Yes.
I'll amend or agree with the second.
Let's change it to that. Accept it as that with any proceeds that are taken in from the royalty fees to go towards low income repairs of water lines or sewer lines.
And staff can bring back to us what the definition of that is and some of the parameters for that.
We can do that.
Do I have further comment from the public on this? Harry?
Harry Thomas, community volunteer. I wasn't going to say anything here, but I think this is a grand idea because there are many homes in this community that have infrastructure problems. And many of you that have had to replace sewer lines or water lines knows that Many people in this community cannot afford to do that. Bottom line is I'm not sure that we're ready to step off and do this today because there's too many questions out there. Now, I know we got a motion on the floor in a second, but I would encourage the council to take some time on this and think it through. Even though this is a grand idea and this is probably one of the best companies in the United States to take care of this, I don't think we have all the questions answered today. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Further comment? I'm going to call for the vote. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Lawlene McClellan Thee, and I would just like to make a few comments. It seems like if this royalty were in place, that you're basically being paid to do marketing for this company. I think that this program has merit. I think it could be useful to the residents. I would prefer to see the company have its own marketing strategy rather than using the city to approach its prospective customers. That's one thing. And another thing is, as I understand it, that the lines have to be in working order before this warranty would even be offered to these people. So many of the people that, for instance, Mr. Myers expressed concern about, they wouldn't be eligible for the coverage anyway. They couldn't take out the policy. And another thing, Mr. Grindstaff brought out some interesting comments about the city perhaps being involved in things that it shouldn't be as far as its charter. I agree that we probably need to be more cognizant of what the city is supposed to be responsible for. So that's something that we citizens should be more aware of. So thank you for that. And as I said, I think the program has merit, but I'm not comfortable with the city being involved in the marketing strategy from a resident's viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment?
But
Yeah,
there
Rodney?
are 200 and something cities nationwide that are involved in this, very, very large cities, and 3 of our sister cities. And somebody was mentioning maybe even Wichita Falls is involved in that. No, not yet. But
We're a
cities that are
home rule
around us-
city. We're allowed to participate in a myriad of things. We are not hamstrung like the county with regard to state law.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with all those things. And when you get down to it, saying whether you can use our logo and things like that, well, I can go down and buy a solicitation permit that will give me the logo, and I'll wear from door to door on my jacket. It doesn't say the city's saying Rodney is a better realtor or whatever than anybody else. What it is saying I paid them to allow me to do that. So I mean, right there, we do give it out to other people that we are not endorsing.
Is there any further comment? If not, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? The motion has been. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Casper.
Oh.
But it's something different.
Mary Casper again, and I'm just going to be the grumpy old lady, I guess. I assume the water department would handle the extra money?
No. That's yet to be decided.
Yeah.
According to the motion, it would be used for a myriad of things as far as low income.
And then the other thing is, being a parent and having a child come and say, I want to do it because everybody else is doing it. And I say, okay, you want to jump off a bridge too, just because all your friends are doing it? You know, just because 230 cities are doing it, maybe it's not right for San Angelo. You know, you got to think about that. You know, let's not be lemmings and follow where maybe we don't want to go. So think very hard about it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casper.
May I ask?
But doing that in the same breath, we have 230 cities that are helping save us money. Right now, we have home warranties that we go through, and most home warranties are between $40 and $65 a month. $45 and $65 a month for a home warranty to cover the full house. What we're allowing is for people that are low-income people that can't afford a $45 to $65 to get a full warranty, to get just a warranty on their septic system and their water system for less than $13 a month. To me, I see this as a very good thing for low-income people, and if you don't want this, you don't buy it.
Charlotte, take your final comment, and I'm going to call for the vote.
I just have a question to Mr. Salas, so thank you for coming up.
Yes, ma'am.
Bob, how many, realistically in your mind, your thought of the need, how many families do you think of our 30 5,000 water connection customers do you think would sign up for this if it was made available to them at these prices?
That's a hard question. I can tell you that we do about 15 replacements a year, half and half water, half sewer, from the house all the way down to the city. So I would say a good percentage would, because they know that our funds are drying up. There'll be a point where we won't be able to help as many as we do. So we certainly would encourage it for them to sign up. So that's a hard number to come up with.
I
I'd say a
certainly
good percentage.
don't want to classify this as for low income because, I've got out of my district lots of shifting soils and lots of folks who could use this insurance.
Absolutely. Hard number to come up with at this point.
And along with that, this will aid in the funds that are drying up if we designate it to do that the way Rodney, I think, and Elizabeth's intentions are.
It will certainly help.
Call for the vote.
Let me just help Rodney out because,
Okay, John.
I understand. This is it. I'm ready to go eat or something. But it doesn't only benefit the low income, and it'll benefit low, middle, high, the whole city.
Should they choose?
All in favor?
Can I say one?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Marty.
No, I'm.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. So put a 6-1 on that. And I'm going to take us into executive session under the revision of Government Code Title 5, Open Governments, Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Government, Chapter 551, Open Meetings, Subchapter D, Exceptions to requirement that meetings be open under the following section. Section 5510712, to consult with attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with this chapter, legal issues pertaining to continuing a contract with downtown San Angelo and the legality of possible funding sources, including hotel occupancy tax and half-cent sales tax. I'm going to say it is 12:31. We will not be back before 2.
Actually, one item on executive.
You think we can do it in an hour?
We can do it in an hour.
Let's do it.
Okay, we're shooting for 1:30, but it may be 2. We now break.
Yeah, I like that, but it means.
It's 1:22. Let's open this meeting back up. We are now number 18, which is consideration and possible action for the approval of various changes to civic events facilities policies. And Angela Pena, you are on, please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I actually, at the direction of my director, Carl White, he asked me to prepare 2 different presentations. One is a very, very long, detailed presentation that goes over pretty much the minutia and all of the details, every word change, every comma. The other one is a very short version that covers the highlights. So I'd like to know.
I vote short.
Which,
Short.
Okay, very, very good. I was hoping that you would pick the short one.
Real short. I like the way she put that.
So, okay,
Thank you
here we
for
go.
your presentation.
Oh, yeah. I'm done.
Someone want to move?
Okay, so the objective in amending our policies is for 2 things. We're trying to create consistency. We've got 3 different documents. We have a short-term facility contract, we have our facility policies, and then we also have our long-standing division practices. And the 3 don't match, so we're trying to create consistency and make them all one living, breathing document. And the second thing is we're ensuring that our contract language and reflects the same thing that we're practicing, because we don't want to practice one thing but then our contract states something different. So we're just trying to create consistency all across the board. Now, the main items that we've added, there's actually 5 that are probably the biggest impact. One is our old policy did not address our concessions contract. Now, as you know, we've had a long-standing contract with San Angelo Host to provide our alcohol and food beverages at all of our venues. Our policies did not address that, and because of that, a lot of times we receive requests from other promoters that want to know, well, since you don't have anybody doing that, I'll come in, I'll take the beer proceeds from my show, and you don't have to worry about that aspect. Well, we've got this long-standing contract, and we want to make everybody aware of it, which is why we'd like to put that entire section in our policy. So we address it so that anyone that can access our policies knows that we do have a long-standing contract for those services already in place. So we just want to, I guess, be more upfront that we have that contract in place, so that's why we'd like to add it to our policy. The second portion is alcohol. If you'll look in our policies, we do address alcohol in which facilities we allow BYOB and which ones we do not. Now, it has been a long-standing practice to have BYOB at the Pecan Creek Pavilion, which is by Lake Nasworthy, as well as the Paseo de Santa Angela. Now, these are only for events that are private events. Private non-ticketed events is the key word. If there are ticketed events that take place at these facilities, then Carlo with San Angelo Host would be the only person that could sell. This is just allowing a private individual that wanted to rent the paseo the ability to bring their own alcohol and not have to use Carlo's service. Now this,
where I had the problem as to why I didn't want to go through it that day. I wanted the opportunity to look at the paseo. The Pecan Creek facility is a fenced facility that gates can be closed and be controlled a whole lot easier than the paseo. And I do have a problem with BYOB at the paseo because it's such an open area. The traffic that, foot traffic as well as
sure.
leg traffic, but to bring in the cases of alcoholic beverage at the paseo, which is a public facility because of the grounds and its close proximity, that's where I don't agree with that.
True.
Because Carlo is not there to control overconsumption.
True.
And that's what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, and just to address some of your concerns, I'm sorry.
So you're talking about ticketed events?
Any event, the non-ticket events, if alcohol is going to be provided or wanted by whomever is wanting to rent the paseo, it needs to go through the concessionaire so that Carlo can control overconsumption of alcohol at that event. The way it is now, they can bring all they want and drink as much as they want.
But I will just add to that, one of the things that we do require when alcohol is present is the presence of an SAPD officer. Now, that SAPD officer is in charge of controlling the alcohol and make sure things don't get out of hand.
So that could be like a family reunion?
Correct.
At one of those pavilions?
Correct.
They can do it right now anyway, can't they?
Well, they can. It's been a long-standing practice. It's just never been a part of our policy to include those two.
No, I mean, can I just go out there right now?
And do what?
If you rented it,
take your
if you
keg
rented it,
if you wanted
correct.
to, just for you.
But you'd have to employ an SAPD officer that is there while you're having your event. And really the only difference is prior to, this has been a practice, ever since the Paseo was in, we've started running that venue. We've always allowed BYOB as long as they don't bring glass bottles, because obviously that's a park ordinance and we don't want to violate that. But on the other hand is the occupancy of the Paseo is much, much smaller. We only provide 150 chairs or less, depending on and the parties that generally rent that are very small. So we're not looking at a large event of 600 people and alcohol getting out of control. They're much smaller venues and much smaller events.
But we don't allow it at the ballpark. We don't allow it at the Bosque. We don't allow it at the River Stage. We don't allow it at the Convention Center. So why allow it at the Paseo?
Actually, the Bosque you can, because it's a park, bring your own alcohol, and as long as you're not bringing glass containers, you can do that. But the reason we don't allow that here, this is a much more expensive facility. We don't want for damages to be incurred, and we also require that they use Carlo here at these venues. Now, when it comes to, not all parties are able to afford the convention center, or they can't afford some of the Coliseum, for instance. So we'd like to have other options that are less expensive, but also feasible so you can have your event.
I'm in disagreement because I was thinking at Bosque, that it belongs to our concessionaire, that when we granted him the concessionaire, he controls any alcohol or sales or whatever.
That's true. He controls the selling of any alcohol there.
And that you can't bring it in, bring your own in coolers and stuff, because that's under his control. It's just confusing. I mean, do we allow it out at Kirby Park? And I know over at the picnic ground area, there's a sign that says no alcoholic consumption.
I believe it, and I don't want to misspeak. And I know that there's an ordinance about alcohol, but even along the river, people bring like a 6-pack while they're fishing. As long as it's not in a glass bottle, you can't tell them they can't bring alcohol.
And I guess, and I'll get to help you out, until the Bosque is finished, where I can go in there and play miniature golf, or even enter the concession area, I can understand that once that happens, Carlo would have first rights to that.
Right.
Correct.
But
They're
if
in
I'm out here,
negotiations
like you're
with that
saying,
contract,
fishing,
correct.
or I'm out here at the picnic table,
You can actually bring your own and not be told that you can't have alcohol at those facilities.
Not until it's fenced off.
And this,
That's the fenced-in area.
Angelica, this paseo idea is no different than from even the river stage. I mean,
No,
if it's-
and that's right, because see, our old policy just included BYOB facilities. It only addressed the river stage. But we've actually always, in practice, allowed BYOB at Pecan Creek as well as the Paseo. It's just never been in our policy. So all I'm trying to do is make sure that there is no confusion. That is our policy. That's what we've been practicing, so we're just adding that language into our current policies.
So you're not changing anything, you're just,
I'm making it right, correct.
I understand what
She's
you're
putting
saying.
in writing that
Yes.
it's,
What we've allowed to
right.
happen
And
in history.
I just disagree that we shouldn't allow it at the Paseo, that it should be included with the concessionaire for control. Now, I can understand Pecan Creek because it's high fence all the way around. It's hard to get into even if you're renting the facility,
Mhm.
let alone.
And I will say, we do a lot of small parties at the Paseo. And I think that it's beneficial to those renters who can't necessarily afford a larger venue to give them that opportunity to have their event. They can have alcohol if they'd like, but they also have to bear the additional expense of an SAPD officer. So they're having to purchase that at $35 an hour for a minimum of 4 hours, and we haven't had any issues with it thus far. I know that doesn't mean that we won't have any in the future, but I think that we have a good handle on the system as it stands.
And that doesn't matter if I have a small party of 20 people or 150 people, do I?
You always have to have an SAPD
Always.
officer.
As soon as I rent it, and I'm going to have
Alcohol, you have to have an SAPD officer.
Even
if it's 5 people.
Okay.
And sometimes we've had renters that say that that's a little, it's extreme for a small party of like 10 to require an SAPD officer, but that's the way our policy stands. So,
I don't have a problem with it.
Let's keep moving.
okay. The next item would be the convention center kitchen. Our contract actually states that if you pay the rental fee for the convention center, that grants you access to water and ice in the back. Our policy did not clarify that. So there is sometimes confusion. If I rent the building, do I also get water and ice? Your contract says you do, but our policy says you do not. So we're just including that so that anyone knows that if you rent $1,500 main ballroom or the $200 north meeting room, you are still granted access to water and ice. It's part of your rental fee. And it's one of the things that the board really wanted to do. They felt that it was customary to allow that service, so that's what we're doing. The other thing is that you have a convention center fee. We have a kitchen fee that we collect if you indeed want to use the refrigerators, the freezer, the warmers, the food prep space, as well as the coffee and the tea makers. Now, when you pay that $100, it's of course non-refundable. You just rent the kitchen in addition. We wanted to clarify what you get for that $100, because that again, sometimes there was a misconception that you would be allowed to cook in the kitchen. You're not allowed to cook unless you are a certified caterer. We went through that catering policy back in 2009 and added that to our website, so everyone knows that you cannot cook there unless you are a city-approved caterer. So we're just adding that to our current policy so that everybody is in agreement that this is what we practice. The next item would be the facility use fee. We have a lot of users, when you have tickets that are $5 or more, there is some conflicting language in our own policy that stated if it was $5 or more, that's when we would give the $1.50 fee. Now, really, what we would practice is if it was $5, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. We inserted the face value of more than $5 because a lot of the smaller groups that charged that were having to pay us the $1.50, and we kind of felt that it was unfair. What we've done is if it's $5 or more, we'll get the $1.50 facility fee. If it's $5.01 or more, excuse me, if it's $5 or less, I'm confusing myself. You can have an event and charge $5, no facility fee. You don't have to pay us $1.50. If it's $5.01 or more, you pay us the $1.50 facility fee. That's been in practice, but it wasn't clarified in our policy. We're just clarifying that, although I didn't do such a good job of clarifying that. The last item that we did was in security. Our contract states that it is a Texas state certified police officer. We're just adding that so that it's consistent. Our contract states that, so our policy should state that as well. And we also inserted that SAPD is responsible for collecting payment from the lessee at the conclusion of the event. Sometimes that does get lost in translation where the person does not pay them at the end, but they should. So it's in our policy as well as our contract. So it's in both documents. Yes, ma'am.
It says from, it should say for. Is that correct?
They are responsible for
Also added that
collecting
the
payment.
SAPD is responsible from collecting payments.
No, the officer that's working is responsible for collecting the money.
That's what I'm saying. The word should be for, not from.
No, he collects from the leasing.
Yeah, I know, but before that, it says responsible from collecting payment from the
No, it's
lessee
for.
of the conclusion of the event.
That says 4 out
I'm just saying on what
Oh,
I'm.
okay. Okay, I see what
Yeah,
you're
we're
saying.
reading
Maybe
it
it's a,
I'm
there.
reading it on my screen.
we're
It says
reading it here.
4.
okay.
Okay.
It should be 4. SAPD will collect that at the end of the night. It's not civic events responsibility to collect that from the officer. SAPD will have to get that from the lessee who rented the building. So we're
And
just adding that
just
to
to
our policy.
clarify, that security person, is that Texas State in front of certified police officer? Who else could do that other than SAPD?
At times, we will allow a sheriff's, city marshal, but there has to be at least one SAPD because SAPD is more, they're more knowledgeable about our ordinances and codes and things of that nature. So we require at least one SAPD.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, so those are the 5 major changes. If you had any questions on any of the 5, I would be more than willing to entertain them. I will say the Civic Events Board did unanimously approve the changes. And this is probably something that you'll see done on an annual basis. We should annually review our policies. That's part of our bylaws. So we will continue to do that in the future.
Thank you, Angelica. Council, get us started here.
Move approval of the changes.
That's what I wanted.
Second.
Who seconded it?
Me.
Don?
Yeah.
Marty approved it. Marty made the motion. That's any further council discussion on this? Public discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Put a 6-1 on that one.
Thank you.
Number 19, consideration of matters related to the request for proposal HR 0214. A, do you want to do these A and B?
Yes, sir.
Okay, A and B. A is discussion of proposals submitted for RFP HR 0214, stop loss coverage and post-65 health benefits. Number B is consideration of selecting benefit providers related to RFP HR 0214, authorizing staff to negotiate contracts and authorizing city manager to execute said contracts and any R-related documents. Ms. Marley, you are on, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, City Manager. Just a little background on stop-loss insurance. This is coverage that protects the city against large claims, and there's a threshold that has to be met on the different types of stop-loss, and we'll go over that in a second. And then once those thresholds are met, then the city is reimbursed for those claims. Just to give you a snapshot to right now, as of the end of October, this calendar year, we've had 5 claims that hit stop-loss. And all totaled at this point, we're up to $236,000 that we will have in reimbursement for those claims. There's 2 different types of stop loss that we'll be talking about. Aggregate stop loss is that insurance that protects all of our claims as a whole. When you look at how many claims we have during a year, if we exceed 25% of our estimated annual claims, then the stop loss will kick in under the aggregate policy. As far as individual policy, that also is probably the thing that most people understand, and that's when an individual claim were to hit $150,000, then we're reimbursed for every dollar that we spend over the $150,000. We went out to bid because our current contract will expire at the end of this month. We wait till very late in the year. If you recall, when we did the regular health insurance, we told you that we'd be coming back to you late this year. The purpose for that is because most of the providers want to get a very good snapshot of the calendar year that you've had. So we went out to bid. We received 3 proposals. The current provider, who is Fidelity Security, came in with a 2% increase. Transamerica bid a 4.1% increase, and Everest RE came back at 2.7%. Primarily, when we started analyzing it, we discovered that the biggest difference was in the aggregate stop loss. They didn't seem to think our individual stop loss was a big deal, but obviously our aggregate with all of our claims, they seem to think we're going to constitute an increase in claims. So based on all of the information that we had and all of the data that we surveyed, we recommend staying with our current provider, going with the 2% increase. When we did our budget this year, because obviously we had to do that back in the summer, we predicted a 10% increase. That was approved in our budget, so we do have the funding in place to recommend the 2% increase and would not need to request any additional funds.
Are you going to give us something back?
No, sir, because I'm going to use it on the next couple of slides.
Oh, yeah.
So why don't we go ahead, if you would, I would need to have a vote on this one since it's two different policies on.
Council, somebody want to
Move to approve as presented.
Got a Charlotte and a Johnny, that we move to approve the increase and stay with the current provider.
That's correct.
Council comment? Public comment? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one, please, sir.
Thank you. The next insurance that was on this particular RFP was our post-65 health insurance, and we call it post-65, but actually I wanted to just define that for you, and it is a Medicare supplement. So for our retirees who are age 65 or greater, this is the insurance that they can purchase from us should they choose to supplement their Medicare insurance. This is very strictly regulated because it's connected to Medicare in such a tight way. So the state has various regulations that we have to look at. So you're going to see that the proposals were not very different because it's so highly regulated. We received 3 bids for the post-65 insurance. Aetna, our current medical provider, did put in a proposal. This one was priced based on the age of the retiree and their location of residence. So it varied. It looked like anywhere from $160 to $300 per member per month. And this is the portion of the insurance that the city pays. So we saw that in HR as an administrative nightmare to keep up with the different premiums that would be for any of the retirees based on where they lived and their age. The next proposal was the federal exchange, which they actually did bid on our plan. They offer 7,000, probably 7,000 plus, different plans that retirees can choose from. Again, this was going to be a nightmare for us to try to administer. Obviously, we only have 260 retirees in this plan, so we could have had 260 different plans. The third bid was our current provider, Group Administrative Concepts, GAC. They came back with a $5 increase to the city for the member per month cost. So we'd be going from $182 that we pay to $187.
It's really expensive.
Yes, it is. Yes. Now, what we have done is, now that's the city's part that we're talking about. What we have done is maintain the same premiums for our pre-65 retirees with our post-65. That is what council has asked us to do for many years now. And so in order for us to accommodate keeping those rates the same with the increase to the post-65 insurance, we'd be looking at the city absorbing the $5 cost per member. That equates to a little over $16,000 a year, which could certainly be done by utilizing those leftover costs from the stop-loss budget. So our recommendation is to utilize that excess stop-loss funding and use that to offset the increase in premiums for our post-65 insurance and keep the same provider.
You on a roll, Marty. You want to keep it going?
I move approval.
Second.
Okay, Marty and Don. Any council comment on this?
I have a.
Yes, sir.
Is it just for this next coming year or?
Yes.
Just 1 year?
Anything else?
So the retirees will still be paying the $17 or?
Right, depending on which plan that
Right.
they're in. Mhm.
Okay.
It's just really expensive. That's I only pay $102 with AARP for United Healthcare for my supplemental policy.
Mhm.
And that's $187.
I know.
Wow.
You know, and unfortunately, you know, at my business, we have health care, and a lot of times my employees can get it outside my group cheaper than they can get it in my group, and
Yeah.
it
It's
makes
terrible.
no sense, but.
Unfortunately, yeah, there's no economy of scale when you start talking about insurance. Not necessarily. Just because you have more people in it, you don't always get the lowest rate.
I would like to review those 7,000 different options that the government.
You're welcome to do that. It's online.
Public comment on this? Motion has been made that we accept the current provider. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one.
Thank you.
Number 20, discussion and possible action on matters related to the funding of capital projects, including, you own all three of these, well, both of these, Morgan? You want to do them one at a time?
Yes, both.
Both?
We'll just move through them, yes, sir.
A is capacity for debt issue. B is projects eligible for debt issue. Tina?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you're aware from your background, the city has several needs that are capital projects for which we need a funding source. And so we wanted to come today and just discuss the issue of debt and capacity and what those capital projects are and which ones would be eligible. So we'll start out with the capacity, and I just want to point out that today we're just going to discuss some general fund issues because they're time sensitive in nature, and the other funds that we'll bring back at a later time, other funds that have needs such as water, sewer, airport, things like that. So today we're just focusing on the general fund. General fund debt service is typically funded by 8 cents of the property tax rate. That's just what the city has been using for the last few years. It is not mandated by law. It's not statutory in nature, but that's just what we've chosen for our portion of the property tax rate to use to fund debt service. So with that, we wanted to kind of talk about what that looks like as far as monetary value. 8 cents of our property tax rate for fiscal year 15 is $3.2 million, and our current debt service requirement for FY15 is about $1.2 million, which leaves us about $2 million of remaining capacity for that fiscal year. What that means is that that's the amount of money we have available for fiscal year 15 to make a debt payment in addition to what we are already obligated. So, in other words, that could be used to make a debt payment, or that money could also be used for pay-as-you-go projects, or it's just the amount that we have available from that 8 cents in order to make that payment, so the additional amount. So we have two scenarios before you for discussion. Both of them are within the existing tax rate of 8 cents, and both of them are within existing annual debt service capacity. The first scenario is more conservative. We used a growth rate of 1% applied to our assessed valuation of property. And we've included $13.5 million worth of general fund projects for the sake of discussion. So this graph is depicting what that capacity looks like. The blue line, it's green up there, isn't it? The green line shows what our current debt service payment is, that $1.2 million. And of course, it shows it dropping off around the year 2030. And then the black line shows the value of 8 cents, beginning there, like I said, at about $3.2 million and growing to about $4 million within the next 20 years. So this, all of the space there between the green bars and the black line shows what your capacity is. So to get to the value of 8 cents. And then we add in the value of the $13.5 million, what that would do to our current capacity. So the blue bars are showing what that would do. Again, you can see there that we still have capacity above and beyond what that $13.5 million would take as far as debt service payments. And then on the next slide, I'm sorry, Morgan. So within that capacity that you saw there, we could also include an additional $35 million in a staggered issue over the next 10 years. What that would be a debt issue every other year for the next 10 years, which would be $7 million each time, to kind of space it out evenly and make our debt service easier to handle. That would, however, tie up our capacity until the year 2030 with the current existing tax rate of 8 cents.
Yeah, that's based on 8 cents, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that again, that's not statutory in nature. That's just what we've been doing for the last several years, and council is, of course, able to change that as they see fit. I think the statutory limit is $1 for debt service, so I don't think, I know. So scenario 2 is a higher growth rate, which we believe is supported by historical San Angelo trends, and we would apply 5% to assessed value for the first 5 years, and then 3% for every year thereafter. Of course, that increases our capacity. We believe that it's reasonable in nature. past 15 years, our average growth rate has been 3.59%. So we don't think that that's an unreasonable amount to project for 5 years and then for every year thereafter, just to give us a picture of what we may possibly have to spend. So here's the growth line, just showing the difference there between the green line is scenario 1 with the 1% growth rate, and the blue line would be the difference of the 5% and 3% growth rate. You can see instead of growing to amount of $4 million per year over 20 years, we go to about $6.4 million over the next 20 years. So again, here the green bars are the $1.2 million debt payments that we're currently making, dropping off again and over the course of the next 14, 15 years. And then the difference between that value of 8 cents growing at a higher growth rate, getting up to $6.4 million over the next 20 years. And this shows that with the $13.5 million, again, still plenty of capacity left to make our payments or to do other bigger projects or whatever council would choose to discuss. So with scenario 2, we could actually include a larger amount of about $60 million, again, with a staggered issue over the next 10 years, every other year. That would, however, tie up the capacity at our current debt service rate of 8 cents until the year 2035. So we wanted to discuss the debt capacity, and then we wanted to discuss some projects that would be eligible to be funded with that debt capacity. So we started out with all of the projects that are in the current CIP, which was adopted in March of this year. And then we tried to exclude the non-general fund items. Again, we're only discussing general fund today. We'll bring back the other funds at a later date. Then we also excluded general fund items that already have a funding source. And then we tried to narrow it down even further to those items that are either top 5 council priorities, as we discussed in April of this year, or other council priorities. So in March of this year, again, we adopted the CIP with 196 projects at over $600 million. So we tried to narrow that down by excluding non-general fund items, which brought us down to 131 items at $242 million. And to narrow down further, those general fund items that were already funded still got us only down to 109 projects at $230 million. So again, then we tried to just narrow it down to what those items that are council priorities, and that brought us down to 64 projects at $192 million. Now, that includes streets, the police department admin building, and a couple other select items that are also council priorities. So again, started with all projects, excluded non-general fund, excluded funded general fund, and then council priorities. So 64 projects, 58 of those are streets. As you know, we're currently working on getting a street survey done, and so we'll come back with that at a later date to try to figure out how we want to fund streets and get a strategy for funding those. Then we have the police department admin building and fire station number 4 construction, the fire training center, the police boat storage dock, the police communications technology upgrade, and the P25 conversion.
The police boat storage dock, that should come out of the Lake Nasworthy Fund though, shouldn't it?
Sir, yes, we are not actually recommending that for part of the debt issue at this time. It's just a project that's already in progress. So, but we can certainly discuss a funding source for that.
Thanks.
So staff would recommend for immediate debt issue the fire training center and the fire station number 4 construction, the police communications technology upgrade, and the P25 conversion, which leaves the debt capacity largely intact for other bigger projects like the police admin building, streets, and the police boat storage dock. And we can, again, discuss how we want to fund those at council's discretion.
Maybe we need to put the police station out at the lake and do it all out of the Lake Nasworthy Fund.
That's a great idea.
Tim's not laughing.
You're checking to see if he's awake.
I'm not biting on that. Okay, so again, that leaves those 4 that staff actually recommends for this debt issue, and that's where we got our $13.5 million for. The fire training center is coming in around $2.8 million. It also has a grant that goes with it of about $1.2 million, bringing it to a total of $4 million, with 2.8 needing funding right now. Fire station number 4 is about $3.2 million. The police communications technology upgrade at $1.5 million, and then the P25 migration and expansion at $6 million for a total of $13.5 million.
Are we going to be speaking about this 1.5 million on police communications on item 22?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
that's on the agenda, yes, sir.
Okay.
Contingent upon, yes, what council decides to do here, so.
The key here is that you saw in both of those scenarios, they had identified 13.5 million. They had a placeholder for 13.5 million. This is how that 13.5 million would be spent. So when they were showing capacity as is, and then they reduced the capacity for a potential $13.5 million bond issue, and then they showed you what remained. So in that scenario 2, they showed total capacity, or they illustrated total capacity. They showed you borrowing the 13.5 for this list in case this is what you wanted to do. And then they showed that in addition to that, there would be approximately, under those assumptions, $60 million left for those big issues that we're facing.
Remind me again what the P25 migration coverage expansion is for $6 million?
Why don't we get a project manager up to talk about that?
Chief's back there.
Who wants to speak on P25? Yay.
Hello, my name is Bucky Hasty. I'm the network administrator for the city. Basically, the P25 migration would be updating some of our existing radio equipment to make it P25 capable, meaning right now our most radio systems that are installed, they're vendor specific. With P25, once you get P25 as your protocol that the radios talk to with each other, you can talk to any brand of radio, which would increase our interoperability with people such as the county and any other agency that wants to come in. Let's see who else we got here. Also, there is an expansion portion of it. We would add a third site, which would increase coverage on the north side of town. Also get us a lot further north of the city, which would include coverage out there by the state school. Also, the system itself will turn 8 years old next year, so it's kind of reaching its end of life. At 10 years is about when they want you to start replacing it, and this is something that we don't want to let get at 10 years. We want to, now's the time to start talking about getting it replaced.
Okay, so radio system totally different than police communication technology. It's totally separate and individual.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Well,
That's it.
one of the problems that I have is that we're borrowing money for how many years?
Well, they split the repayment on these on these projects. Did you use a 7-year repayment for the equipment?
For the software type equipment, we structured it over a 7-year repayment.
And then a
yes.
longer repayment on the buildings.
Right.
Okay, good.
That's why you saw the goofy shaped bars.
Right.
The bars were much taller early on than they were later on.
Okay.
There.
Then does this also include, or do we need to include fire and the other?
The radio system, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that. The radio system is for the whole city. It's for fire, city, and PD.
Okay, good. So it's complete coverage, and then all we have to do, Bucky, is just maintain it, and we're good for 7 to 10 years,
Yes,
hopefully. Hopefully. As we go now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we can communicate with the sheriff's office, and we can communicate with the Texas Highway.
Well, in a sense, yes. If they have a multi-band radio that has P25 capability, I can put our system on their radio, and they can talk to us without. Right now, we have to do a patch, and it works, but it's kind of a. Sorry, we have to do a patch. It's kind of a clunky way to do it, but it works. It works just fine. But yeah, it would make it a lot more seamless to communicate with any other agency, really.
I would think if we're spending $6 million, we'd have something that everyone could use.
Well, one of the things is that this system hasn't been updated in forever as far as technology goes. And it's one of those pay me a little or pay me a lot later, kind of.
And there's always going to be a division when you talk about the county and the city. We're on different bands. We're in the 800 megahertz range because we chose that because we needed in-building coverage, and 800 does that. And they need range, and that's what 150 does. So we're always going to be on 2 different bands. But this P25 will make it a lot easier to integrate with their system.
So I took that as a no.
It will make it easier, but it won't allow us just to,
Talk to 'em.
call them up right
They
when we want to. We're still going to be on separate systems.
They can't go to Channel 4 and talk to SO.
Okay.
We can, actually.
Actually, we
If
will be
you
able
put
to-
it on
with
there.
the P25, we will be able to go to we used to have intercity. You remember intercity? Basically, that's what we'll have. So you'll be able to go to a particular channel and communicate with the other agencies.
Is SO going to allow that to be placed on their radios, though? They have to allow it, don't they? Or is it like
That would be up to them.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, just because we want it doesn't mean they're going to allow it.
Correct.
A willing
Yeah.
participant on the other side.
Yeah, I'm sure that, DPS and Sheriff's Department will jump right on that around here.
Yeah, I would
As
think
far as the
so.
other counties, I don't know. And as much as we're helping the Sheriff's Department now in critical incidents and responses, that extra coverage is definitely needed.
Absolutely.
Can you tell us the kind of where we are and why we're having to do this right now, the inadequacies of the systems themselves? Like Charlotte was asking, what exactly are the difference between the two? And how old is what we're using right now?
The system's going to turn 8 next year. And the decision was made, I guess in 06 to go with a system called EDAX. And it's a proprietary system that only Harris right now can use, which is our radio vendor. When we go P25, we'll be able to pick and choose whatever vendor we want to. And I'm not going to, there's the system that we're going to move to does have a lot of neat stuff with it as far as putting an app on your phone, and he can be in San Antonio, or he can be in, California, open up an app on his phone and listen to communications and talk to people.
Wow.
Which we don't have anywhere near that capability right now.
And since it's on 800, the fire department's happy with it.
Yes.
Oh, yes, yeah, they require 800.
Yes.
As far as actual walkie-talkies, the hardware side of it, are we going to have to do a lot of changes there, or is it included in the $6 million?
Yeah, it's included in there. All new portables, all new mobiles. We're going to reuse everything we possibly can, and the vendor is going to buy back some of the old stuff as well.
Will they work in a Tahoe?
Yeah. All new radios and dispatch, everything would be new.
Yeah, dispatch consoles.
Dispatch consoles would be everything.
What about antennas? Are we good on those? You said you were adding another side out north, so.
Uh-huh.
Is that an antenna? What are you?
Yeah, we're looking at right now either building a tower right next to Lakeview Tank or actually going on Lakeview Tank itself.
Okay.
Gotta take care of Lakeview.
We need police out there.
But all that's included in the
Yes,
$6
sir.
million?
That's the whole
Okay.
whole deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Bucky.
It's good that we had a council member want to ask questions about that. We would advocate you getting comfortable with each of those items that are on there. We have people who can talk about each of those projects. Some of them you're more familiar with. We've been working on Fire Training Center for a long time, and you're pretty familiar with that. But I think PD is also prepared to talk about the communications upgrade.
Yeah, it's our next item.
Well, what we want to talk about today is this capacity, this package. There's a budget amendment proposed that follows that will facilitate this. I think it's got a couple other smaller items on it. And then there's an agenda item to talk about dealing with a proposal for the communications project. And so, now is a good time to talk about each or all of those projects for you to be comfortable with that or determine that you're not comfortable with that.
Questions, council?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
A couple of sites back I saw where you had included streets.
Yes, sir.
And the construction of 58 streets. And then you had another dollar figure before that, 100 and something million.
Yes, sir. That's the amount for the 64 projects that remained from the general fund.
Plus the streets, plus.
That includes streets, the police department admin building, and these other items that we've shown you on the next slide.
That's where I'm having trouble is 'cause I remember seeing a list of streets.
Yes, sir,
that
58
had-
streets in our CIP.
And but the dollar amount was something like 155 million.
Right.
So,
It would be that 155 plus the 13.5 that we're showing you.
oh, so it does.
now.
Okay, it is in there. It's
Yes.
all. I just thought it was a little bit more.
Put,
Okay, if it's in there, I was totally.
No, that's
So
a
it
good
was-
question. That's important. There are, I think it was a different slide where you broke it down for how many streets there were, street
58
projects.
streets.
Next slide.
And they had a list in their background
Okay.
as well with the
Mhm.
actual
Okay.
amount, the dollar amount. So it would be
Yeah,
that
that's all right.
155 plus the police department admin building, excuse me, and then the other items that we've included here for discussion
And the
today.
192 total.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we have the 13.5 million that we're basically considering, and then we have, depending if we go 8 cents or take the increase, when is our study gonna be done for streets?
I think Shane is here. He has some information on that.
Would it be beneficial for us to go and couple the 13.5 with some of the street projects, the most demanding street projects, into one issue, or does it make any difference?
I would say that it's possible, but since we haven't even negotiated the contract for the street survey yet, it may not be the most economical or efficient way to do it.
Okay.
But certainly possible if council would like to discuss.
The question would be, when, because a bond issue doesn't just happen overnight, the question would be, when do we want cash available? And then we back into when we get that done.
And that was my point. If it's going to take us while we're ready to go on these 13.5, we've got those pretty much in stone so that we know those needs are there. If we do a 30 million, say, would we want a couple streets with that? Would it be beneficial to do one issue versus a 13.5 and then a 17.5 and?
That can be shaped based on council priority, and really it just becomes a question of pace. When do you want to start, and how quickly do you want to move through? For example, streets would be a list. You want to move through that list, and Daniel has been through
Let me talk about that also. You don't want to, the deal here, I understand what you're saying, but $30 million, we can't do $30 million worth of streets
No.
to begin with, of course, so we want to make sure that we pace ourselves as far as the monies, the debt service that monies we'll be borrowing. And we also want to make sure that the study is performed and make sure that even some of the streets that we feel that we know what needs to be done, we really don't until the study is actually performed to determine if the bases collapse, to determine, if it's just going to need the asphalt overlay. That once the study is performed, we'll have a better indication of which streets we'll be doing first over that 8-year period. And that gives us a really good indication of how much money we need to borrow. Of course, we wouldn't go 30 million, that's a little bit too much, but depending on what comes back.
I mean, 30 million total coupled with 13.5.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, and my criticism the last time this was presented was that we were doing it rather piecemeal.
Right.
That we weren't seeing all of the projects, we weren't discussing it in totality. And Morgan and Tina convinced me that these items were time sensitive in the sense of a funding match was going to expire. So we needed to look at several of these outside of what I would consider a typical CIP calendar, which we're going to discuss after this. And so in order to preserve that match, we need to talk about those two. So I'm afraid to start grabbing something down off the list that we really don't have the information in total again to discuss. But
well,
I don't know the right order of it, but I also know the police and public safety projects are, I would say far behind and need to be addressed as well. So I don't know where we start and stop.
Well, and I guess to rephrase my question, are we going to be prudent in having the monies there when we're needing them? Because like you said, there's a time delay between, okay, I need $5 and getting that $5 from the bond issue.
what we generally talk about is 75 to 90 days from the beginning of the process to actual closing of a bond issue. So if you think in terms of 3 months, let's, for the sake of the example, let's say council says, yeah, move ahead with this or some portion of this. We'll start that process in January, and 3 months later, we'll have a closing, we'll have the cash so we can start making payments if we need, making commitments and making payments. And so from a straight managing the creation of the resources necessary to execute the projects, think in terms of 3 months from the first time we, from the first council action, from the notice of intent to issue, which will be the first council action to issue the bonds. So whenever you want to start making commitments, back 3 months off and tell us to go.
Okay.
And that's where I'm at. What I'd like to do is be ready to hit the ground as soon as the survey's done, that we've already backed up and we have those funds ready to start working. Not that we waste another 3 months.
Right.
Or wait another 3 months.
Right.
That we're ready to hit the ground, moving forward on street improvements.
One thing with the streets, just for the study, we're looking at having some preliminary figures back as far as the pavement condition scores. Hopefully in that May, kind of April-May timeframe. Once we get those initial scores back, and then we'll really drill down on those and really look at the ones with the really poor condition index scores. And once we get those, then we'll determine which ones need further study to see exactly which maintenance application we need to apply to them at that point. Hopefully have a final study back July, August timeframe for that. Something else to look at. Everybody, we're talking about Bell Street, and y'all want to do something with Bell Street. If you told me, if y'all sat right here and voted today, go do Bell Street, without quite a bit of, engineering help based on, our current staff in the engineering division, where we are right now, we're looking at 12 months before we'd even go to bid. So, to get all the design work, all that done. So, now granted, could we speed that up? Yeah, we could do an RFQ. And hire an outside engineering firm to help us with the design work and all that stuff. We could probably speed that time frame up by probably 6 to 8 months. We could be bidding Bell Street out at this point. So that's the kind of time frames you're looking at from the street reconstruction process, and how fast we can move on it.
Well, I'm more concerned about North Chapter.
Yes, sir. And right now, I couldn't honestly tell you right now. I know North Chadbourne from a ride index score, it's poor, but I also know that we have a very thick asphalt application on North Chadbourne, and so I don't know a mill and overlay, which is a lot cheaper process, may be more applicable in that, but we won't know until that study will be complete for North Chadbourne. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying which application would be best for which street segment, or which segment along North Chadbourne.
I just want to have everything in place, be ready to roll when the survey's done. I think it's imperative that we improve streets in this city, and we don't continue to wait on doing it. The streets that are bad need to be repaired, and we need to set the funds aside to do it. And we need to be ready to do it.
If you were suggesting that we develop some mix of this plus the first issue in that series of 5 issues, we could develop that and bring that. Well, we'd like to move ahead with these projects, at least the fire training center and whatever else you might approve. But if you said we also wanted to do the first phase of streets, we could have that back in front of you. Could we do that for January?
Well, and I'm not sure after hearing it that we even need to look at it that quickly, but I just think there needs to be some sort of a timeline where we can say, okay, 6 months from now, we're going to have the survey back, we're going to be able to prioritize these. So at that time, we're going to need to issue X amount of dollars to get the amount of streets that we can physically get maintained, reworked, taken care of, rebuilt, taken care of, because it's going to take a while to spend that money to get that work completed. And I don't want to get the cart before the horse, that we have the money sitting there and we're paying interest on it. But by the same token, I don't want us to, like Marty was saying, have to wait and then be behind getting it done. But anyway, back on this, I'm sorry, I digress some.
That's all right. I think we need to talk a little more about that, and let's dissect a little or talk a little more about what Shane said. If he really got in a rush, he could get from go to going to bids 6 to 8 months.
After the survey.
After we make a selection. He's got to hire an engineer.
Preferably after the survey. That way we know exactly the priority in which, application we need to, which application we need to apply to each road. Because it may be that we need to build, we have the capacity and a contractor would have the capacity to not only do a complete reconstruction, say on Bell Street, but we could also do mill and overlay on 2 or 3 other segments within the same year as well. And at that point, we would know what that would be and what those costs would be.
Absolutely.
In time frames that it's actually workable in.
Question, Shane, so then on this survey, the street survey, we're going to wait another 6 to 8 months for the complete 58th Street survey?
Well, this will be every street in the city of San Angelo.
Okay, but why not, if we find out the top 10 that are in the worst condition, why not push that up to the front and just start working on those?
We really need to be, we could take 10 streets, and I'm sure we could all sit here and name 10 streets that need a ton of work on them in town, and they're going to be scattered all over town. The problem is not all those streets are going to need the same application or the same function, and we don't want to,
Sure.
We don't necessarily want to, we all know Bell Street's a complete failure. We know that the base is gone. We know it has to be a complete reconstruction. But when we start looking at North Chadron, we know it's, the rideability of it is horrible, but the base underneath may be sound, and so all the mill and overlay may be needed. And we don't necessarily, if that's all that's needed, we don't want to rebuild it, and we don't want to push it forward, and we don't want to work on it. It may be that we can actually mill and overlay that and rebuild Bell Street in the same year, but until we actually work through those issues with the study, it's kind of an unknown. It's guesswork on our part, right now, just looking at it today. We really need that study to sit down and say, these are the roads that have failed, or these are the applications that you need for maintenance, and once you get these applications down, these are actually feasible for a contractor to do in any 1 year. This is what we can look at as far as design. The design part it takes as long as anything does, and so we can actually let this company that we're looking at doing the design work for us, the survey work for us, go in there and actually build us a model that will help us work through all of this and phase through the next 5 to 8 years, and kind of let us know exactly how much money we're looking at. Because this study is going to come with costs associated or projected associated costs with each road segment in town.
And I guess what I'm saying is, and maybe I'm repeating myself, but if we're going to wait for the study to complete all the streets, the studies on all the streets, when we could be working on the top 3, top 4, and pushing those forward, it seems like I don't
know what the top 4 are. That's right now that would be y'all's decision from a political decision, is to tell me what are the top 4 streets in the city that you want reconstructed. When we get through with this study, from all different aspects of it, from the amount of traffic flow on it, whether it's an arterial, a collector, a residential street, all those things will be taken into account and factored in that. Also, the amount of construction necessary will also be figured in on that. So when we will get a prioritized list back from the person doing the survey or the company doing the survey, that will help identify which are our top 4, should be our top 4 priorities for the city.
They've started that survey, right?
They haven't actually started the work on the ground. We have sent them a bunch. We're still working, negotiating a final price right now because we had to send them all of our shape files through GIS and a lot of the information that we already have collected within our city database system, old records, if we know when the street was built, things like that. We have sent them all of that information. They've gone through all that information, so they know exactly what they have left they have to do so they can give us an accurate price. And so right now we're finalizing the negotiating of the price for the contract. And so they said once they get started, it shouldn't take them long. It takes about 6 weeks for them to actually drive every street in the city. And then they'll have to download all that into their computer system, go through it and do all of it. And then, like I said, we should have preliminary, based on the time frame that we're working on, some preliminary numbers to look at and start narrowing down, hopefully by that April-May time frame.
You're refreshing my memory, because all we did was approve the negotiation.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so you're proposing issuing how much every other year?
Depending on the percent of growth we use, anywhere from $35 million to $60 million over a 10-year staggered issue, which would be every other year for 10 years. So between $7 million per issue and $12 million per issue.
So we need to figure out our happy median on what that amount is.
The benefit associated with this staggered issue is you can go with what you think is going to happen the first issue, and then when you get 2 years down the road, you're ready for that next issue. If you think conditions have changed, you can tailor that next issue based on what you see happening.
Michael, did I understand it takes about 3 months to issue a bond?
Yes, sir.
So if we do the 13.5 now, we couldn't go ahead and get this started, and then we get our street approval in July, and then it takes 6 months to a year to do the engineering. That's July of 16. Then within 3 months of when we get this, we could go ahead and issue our bonds and still have the money before we could ever get started. Am I correct in that?
Depending on how you wanted to pay for the engineering. If you're going to go out of house for engineering, you're going to need money to be able to pay for those engineers to do the work.
But we could know that in July or August when we get our, so we could wait until July or August of 15 before we even made that decision.
Yes, but it takes 3 or more, sometimes months, to get a professional services contract. So we don't want to wait that long. If we're going to go outside to do the engineering, we need to start getting that purchasing process moving now so that we can move through that process and then be near the end of that process when we're ready to make the commitment, rather than tacking all of these timelines end to end and stretching this first project out 3 years from now.
Your beard won't be gray, it'll be gone.
I just don't want to pay interest on something when it's just setting something.
You're right.
If we can get the money, if we can get a bond issue, what are you talking about my beard for? My hair will still be here. If we can get it in 3 months, though, why do we need to push all this? We don't even know how much money we need for streets. So, I mean, why don't we wait till we know what we need before we start borrowing money? And if we can get it in 3 months.
And I think that's what we're saying. We're just trying to figure out a timeline so that we don't wind up going, man, I wish we had started this 3 months ago.
Really, what we're
Right.
trying to do is get a couple of projects
That's why staff's
funded.
recommendation is just these 4 for now, and then to bring back the other issues
That would be
as necessary.
That would be that's the way I would do it. I would approve this. Let's get this going, and then further down the road, when we know how much money we need for streets, then we can go out for that.
And we can develop the timeline as far as when we'll get the contractors, when we'll be getting the study back, and develop that timeline to indicate or to have a pretty good indication of when we need to borrow the rest of that money too. So
We want you to know what your capabilities are. We had questions last time about, I want to know what my capacity is. We want you to know what that capacity is, and what what kind of staging you should be thinking about in your mind for getting these things done.
What? Am I?
Watch it, watch it.
Police communication technology. The things that I thought were in that are under the $6 million. What is police communication technology upgrade?
That is on the agenda. I believe it's
For the
item 22.
Let's get them
I
up.
know, but
believe
you're
that-
asking
Let's get
us
them
to
up to
approve
talk
the
about.
funding, so one way or the other, we need to know what these
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
Chief Fant's going to speak to that.
Okay.
And, I find it hard to believe that radios cost more than a fire training center and a fire station. That's kind of hard to,
Have you
or
seen
as
those
much
radios?
as.
They're really nice looking radios.
It must be laced in gold or something.
The police communications radio system, or not radio system, but technology is basically, that's the CAD, the computer aided dispatching, and the records management system, and the mobile computing system that we use. Our current system is virtually, it is outdated. It has reached the end of its life. We can't even upgrade our equipment, because if we upgrade equipment, we would actually have to downgrade the operating system because the equipment is so old that it won't operate on the newest computers. So we've got to do something. Also, we come into an issue of CJIS compliance, which is the Criminal Justice Information System that the FBI, that's where basically all the wants and warrants and statewide information and national information and stuff comes through. CJIS compliance says that we have to have all of these things in order and in line and have the patches and fixes and et cetera that come along with the software and the hardware pieces that we're needing. So that's where we're at. We've reached the end of life. In the past, practically just about a year, we've been working on the RFP. In June, we sent out a request for proposals. We got 9 proposals back. You're going to hear pretty much the same information, or I can say ditto in a minute. But this RFP, basically, we got 9 proposals back, and we weeded them out based on picking out the best.
I read the background.
I'm sorry,
but Jeff, what's? I mean, are we talking in this on the technology, the $1.5 million, all the stuff in dispatch, or is it?
Yes, that's basically, it's the hardware. The hardware will include the servers. The software obviously includes the CAD, what the dispatchers actually use, the records management stuff, which we keep all the reports and everything in there now. The mobile computing software is basically what goes in the laptops in the cars. It's several different pieces and parts. It replaces what we have as Intergraph. I guess you remember
Right.
Intergraph. It replaces Intergraph is what we're asking for, is to replace Intergraph. And we've done kind of a cost analysis, which I think there's a brief outline there in the
So when did you break it into 6 and $1.5 million?
The $1.5 million is totally different. The $6 million is the radio system alone.
Okay.
I have nothing to do with the radio system.
This is all the.
This is the dispatch
and
this is
records.
the software dispatch records.
So-
It's expensive.
Wow.
Did I understand you say it's federally mandated?
It is required, yes. If we want to maintain our compliance with the FBI, the CJIS laws, and rules and regulations, not laws, but rules and regulations, then we have to upgrade our software. It was explained to me by our IT folks, it's not a matter of whether or not we do it. It's a matter of which one do we do. Our options are essentially, we shut our doors and start letting county do all of the work for the city, or we upgrade our system.
Is it required now, or is there a year frame or year time?
Basically, some of the equipment now is actually, some of the hardware that we actually have now has reached of its end of life, technically speaking. They give you some grace period with CJIS rules. Everything else will reach its end of life by July of this year, July of 2015. And CJIS gives everyone about 6 months of grace period to have everything within compliance. Everybody's best estimates on this project are it will take anywhere between 9 to 14 months for us to complete the project from the date that we enter into contract.
How long have we been, I guess, looking for funding for either or both of these two?
Let me hit on this one just a little bit, Jeff. On our Intergraph system, the Intergraph system was purchased in the late 90s, approximately about $1 million. Throughout the time, especially since I've been chief, we've asked for upgrades. The system itself says we're doing an upgrade. This is the new version. This new version is going to cost you $200,000. Now, mind you, with Intergraph, we're paying roughly about $120,000 a year for maintenance fees, which will go up to about $150,000. So every time we've asked for an upgrade and the upgrade was denied during the budget process, we got further behind. And eventually we were 6 upgrades behind, that the system no longer functions the way it should, no longer meets the requirements that it should. So that's why we went out for RFP. When we started looking at everything, it's actually going to be better for us financially to bring in a new system than it is to do the upgrade with Intergraph and pay the fees that we would have to pay with Intergraph.
Have we looked for any grants out there since this is more or less mandated?
We look for grants all the time. There's just not a lot for this kind of system right now.
Okay.
This is kind of, to me, like your basic technology infrastructure for what you do.
It is.
And unfortunately, our city has been very negligent in keeping up with any infrastructure needs on an ongoing sort of annual basis. But I hope that this council wants to make a change, and I think we do, so that whether we're talking about technology or streets, that we don't wait for some golden year that may or may not come, that these are basic upgrades that we need to follow. This impacts everyone.
I will say, too, I'll add that this project here, once we have negotiated the contract and move forward, will take about a year, 12 to 14 months to complete, as well as the migration of the radio system. If we were to start it today, it's about 12 months before we're completely migrated.
Chief, that P25 system initially was what $7.2 million?
Yeah, the initial, when we started looking at this a couple of years ago, it was about $7.2 million, 7.4, something like that. Through discussing and talking with the company that we use, we were able to acquire a lot of discounts and with using some of the equipment that we still have, and we dropped it down quite a bit.
Correct.
Do we need a motion?
I just want to make sure I understand. All of it will end its life by roughly July of this year.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then they give us about 6 months. So within calendar year 2015, it has to be done mandated anyway.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct. And the good part about the system we are looking at now is all the upgrades and new releases are all included in our annual maintenance that we pay. So there will be no more of those $250,000, hey, I need this extra money this year. So that was definitely a selling point whenever we were doing the evaluations on that. So.
And for future councils, I think this is one of the things that you can pay me now, like I said a while ago, pay me later, but you're going to pay. We've got to keep up with this stuff. Move for approval.
That's what I was looking for. Did you say second?
Yeah.
Okay, we do have moved for approval. This is for $13,500,000 to pay for the fire training, to pay for Fire Station 4 construction, to pay for the police communications technology upgrade, and to pay for public safety radio P25 migration covering expansion. And that's your second?
Yes, sir.
Any further council comment on this?
Okay, no. I mean, is that, are they asking for funding, or are we just approving those capital improvement projects?
We're approving the capital projects.
We'll be back in January with the specific first steps of issuing that debt.
Okay.
Public comment on this item. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. That's a 7-0. Elizabeth and Charlotte, did y'all need to go to a meeting with COSA DC at 2:30?
I'm not certain it's more important than this one.
Well,
how much more do we have to do?
What do you think? What do you think, Charlotte? Do you want to go? I mean, you can go and we'll still have a quorum.
Mike is going as well. So.
Mike can go. Did you want to go?
Yeah. Well, what do we have left? We just did.
Well, we'll have to do 22. I mean, it's just a matter of going to be ditto.
The budget amendment should be pretty quick.
And then 21, 23, North Council of Governments. And, no, we've already done that one. So really, we just have a couple more.
I think we're almost done. If you can.
You want to do first public hearing, introduction of an ordinance amending 214-215 budget for capital projects which necessitate budget amendments?
Yes, sir, please. It should be very quickly. As Michael mentioned, what's before you today is to fund moving forward with these $13.5 million worth of projects. We'll bring to you in January. We'll do an actual reimbursement resolution, but we had to get the budget started quickly since it takes 2 readings. So for this, we would recommend funding these projects that were before you in the previous agenda item from the general fund balance into the capital project fund. Once the debt is issued, we'll reimburse our general fund balance.
This is just a piggyback on.
And the second one is a grant for the Emergency Management Division.
Did you say approve? Yes. Did you say second? Any comment on this? Any public comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. 22 is consideration of awarding RFP PD 0114 to Spillman Technologies and to authorize the chief of police or his designee to negotiate a contract for a CAD, RMS, and mobile computing software suite, the necessary hardware interfaces, data migration for public safety purposes, contingent upon funding, and authorizing the city manager to execute said contract with a total cost not to exceed $1,500,413. And Mr. Fenn, I guess you're gonna
Can
tell
we
us
move-
this. You're
move
just
to
gonna say
approve?
ditto?
Can I say ditto?
Who's gonna
I'll
say
take
second?
ditto. Move
Got
to
a Rodney on the second, Elizabeth. Any comment from the council? Does anything else need to be asked?
Where's $413 coming from?
I will pay that out of my pocket if I have to get this process.
Mr.
This is about a
Varden
2-year
wants to
process for
urge
me.
Public comment on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. I'll put a 6-0 on that one. We've already done 23. And 24 is consideration, possible action of matters discussed in executive closed session. Nothing is to be reported. We made no decisions. Number 25 is consideration of approving various board nominations by council and designated council members. Zoning Board of Adjustment, Debbie Cunningham, SMD 1, to an unexpired term, January 16. Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, SMD 3, Louis Perez, second full term, December 2/16. SMD 4, Mary Palos, second full term, December 2/16. Do I have a motion either way?
Move approval.
Second.
I got Marty on the move, and I've got Johnny on the second. Further council comments?
Yeah.
Yes.
As far as the future agenda items? or
We're not there
comments?
yet.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
We're still trying to get rid of 25.
I didn't want you to shortchange me.
Public comment. All in favor of Louis Perez, Mary Palos, and Debbie Cunningham, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Number 26, announcements and consideration of future agenda items. Start with you, Rodney.
I'll wait.
Marty.
I would like to piggyback on what Rodney has said several times. I think we need to bring the police boat ramp to us and let us discuss it as an agenda item to get it out of the Nansworthy family.
They're still working on that right
Okay.
now, they are.
And the other thing is, I would like for staff or whoever to bring us up, possibly at the next meeting, to bring us up to speed on where we stand on the meetings, or are we meeting with the charter? Is the charter committee?
review.
Yeah, are they meeting, or what's happening with them?
Update.
That's all.
Johnny, you have anything, sir? Don?
Yes, sir, I have a couple. I would like to have a discussion on funding for the dangerous building programs. From what I understand, we're lacking some funds in there. And then I would also like an update on our codes and what, when those things are going to be changed, what we're looking at, why it's taking so long. They're still using the same codes as when I was here. And then I'd also, after this discussion, like a timeline on our streets as far as when we're getting the survey completed, when we're going to start work and issue monies and those type of things.
Any further items? I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn.
First and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion, this meeting is over, Mr. Bryan.